Come on in, brothers and sisters. Come on in. It's good to be here. Just got back from Houston a few days ago. We're ready. Hit the like button. Let's go. Hit the like button. Blessings. Oh. Come on.
The East is where we're from.
The East is where we're from.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
Come on. And where?
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Hit that like button. Come on.
The great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no man can dwell.
Is there a fear of an Israelite awakening?
The 12 tribes.
We're going to talk about it.
We be
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, from Puerto Rico, Naphtali, from the house of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Come on.
The North American Indians,
Simeon.
the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gathering Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa, the Gathering of Christ Church, here with our weekly broadcast. That's right, our weekly broadcast every Wednesday. We go in every Wednesday, decoding the times. And yes, we are going in tonight. Now, I'm going to keep the announcements up until a little later concerning Next Academy. We're already behind the time. But before going in, all right, brothers and sisters, let me tell you how excited we are about the mass baptism going into South Carolina. And it comes around full circle. The 20th of this month. Oh, hundreds and hundreds of people coming in at one time before, like I keep on mentioning, before the curtains come down on Babylon. For those who don't know, I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathering of Christ Church. That's who I am. Okay? Who do we believe in, or who do I believe in? I believe in our Lord and Savior, whom the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. His name is Yeshua. That's what I believe. We believe in the anointed Savior. I believe in Christ's blood that covers me. I also understand what? The value of the law that was given to Moses. Okay? And who are we? We're the children of Israel. And yes, we are back. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. And we're going to talk about this tonight. All praises be to the Most High, Ahaya. Remember that name. Ahaya is his name. That's right. That's the God above all gods. The Father, his name is Ahaya. His Son, Yeshua, the Savior. And through the Holy Spirit, the Rawchaa, that's the union in heaven, which begot everything we see, visible and invisible. And the Most High has awakened God's people at the very end, like it was foretold in the Holy Bible. And it's that God who has brought us before you. Ahaya is his name. We're going to jump right in. Is there fear of an Israelite awakening, folks? And brothers and sisters, I'm going to tell you right now, when you see what's going down with Carmelo Anthony, we're going to talk about that. a little bit. We're going to touch on it. But folks, what's ever going on politically, folks, it has what? It has some type of value concerning its insight within modern day prophecy. Everyone knew Carmelo Anthony was going to get sentenced. But there's a piece people are missing. What is it? The timing. The timing on when they actually would go to trial. What are they covering up at the same time? And it comes around, folks, we're going to bring it around full circle tonight, decoding the times. Out of all the weeks, to all of a sudden have this particular trial. Why? Why now? Why this week? Well, that's going to be dropped too, because it's all encompassed. It's all encompassed with Decoding the Times. And before any further ado, let me bring in, that's right, let me bring in Elder Lawya. Shalom, sir.
Shalom, shalom. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. And
all praises be to the Most High.
So, Elder Lawya, first of all, I would like to thank you for filling in last week as when I went down to Houston. I really appreciate it, my brother. I really do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anytime.
Right. And I heard the class was off the chains, and hey, I wouldn't expect anything less.
Yes, sir.
Real good lesson. Thank you. And I apologize, brothers and sisters, for not being there last week, but I will be here for Patreon and the final week. Right? That's right. From Noah, Moses to Christ. I can't wait to drop that this weekend. Yeah, but man, all praises be to the Most High. I'm so happy for Quadam and his new wonderful bride, Deborah. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I was so happy to be there to help tie the knot and be amongst the family in Houston. What a beautiful congregation. And Elder Rawchaa, what a great work you continue to do in shepherding the Most High's sheep. I mean, there was such chaos. we could never get Houston together. It went from one doctrine to the next and all types of stuff. And I could depend on a young man who's, yes, he's still growing in a lot of areas, but still he was close enough to the elders to understand what are the expectations. And Houston have never been as stable as it is now. So thank you. I mean, Brother McGunn and his family, what a wonderful, beautiful family. I'm going to invite them soon. We're going to all go to the land together, pray together, just sit down and, just have a brotherly, sisters too, though. All right. Just a time where we can just sit down, talk with one another, pray with one another, and just enjoy each other's company. I mean, Elder, it was like family, sitting down with family in Houston. And brothers and sisters, thank you all. Thank you all in Houston for your hospitality. And we can't wait to get back. Malak, you name it. I mean, I'll be all day just talking about that, but there's not enough time. All right. So, Elder Lawya, say something, because they say the volume is low. The volume is fine.
All right. Shalom. We should be coming through nice and clear, but how do we sound now?
All right. I just cut you up a little bit, but the volume is fine. It's good on my side. But let's jump right in. Let's jump right in. Is there fear of an Israelite Awakening. Now, first of all, let's start off with the news of the week. Okay, everything is strategic politically when it comes to what the Gentiles, mainly Edom, does and how they circulate stories and utilize the media in order to provoke and or to control emotions. And I would like to say this, brothers and sisters, how proud I am of our people here, mainly Judah, the blacks in America, and how we are responding to the triggers, to the provocations. In any other circumstance, when they used to be able to control and pull our strings emotional, Elder Lawya, a verdict like this would have had Black Lives Matter, people on the streets, Molotov cocktails, and people marching and all that. And Esau is looking, he's like, I'm sure they're going to respond to this one. Folks, we're going to drop all that. What they don't realize is that they do not control us like they used to. If you can control someone's emotions, okay, guess what? You're in control. Like, let me give you an example. Here's an example. Relationships. And we're going to be talking about that. And I'm going to be dropping some segments in the academy. I'm going to talk about that later concerning what's going on with the dynamics between men and women, because it's deeper and more insight has come to light. But guess what? If someone is trying to leave, or someone is feeling a certain type of way and they're trying to walk away, and this is how you know that someone is spiritually or emotionally invested. Please don't go. I'll do anything I can to stay. What can I do to make amends? Because what? They are emotionally invested. But I'm going to tell you, folks, when you have a person in a relationship that don't care, where you can go out and do anything you want to do, and guess what? It doesn't affect them. You start to be like, hold up, don't you care anymore? Because you're not emotionally invested in it, right? A person will begin to get concerned. You used to care. Why don't you care anymore, right? Well, that dynamic is going on politically. See? As long as they could emotionally charge us politically with these racial events, Esau understood that he still had us under control, that we still belonged to him. See? So they put out these triggers, these political things, and we're not burning anything down. We're not doing anything. I mean, Esau, Elder Lawya, used to bank on this. See?
Right.
He used to bank on it. Right? If I can just emotionally charge them right here, we can speed up the regenerification. There's a lot of areas here that if they burn down, the price will go down and we'll buy it up quickly. Sometimes this I'm going to tell you, folks, that's how much they knew us. That they would bank financially on us burning something down so that they can get it for cheap. Oh, because, hey, you're not burning down their neighborhoods. So the real estate people were invested in that we would actually react emotionally and tear things up so that they can what? Speed up their replacement plan quicker. I'm so proud of our people. The fact that you're not emotionally invested in Babylon anymore, to the point where you're triggered concerning what the white man is doing as far as injustices go. And folks, this is going to work contrary, and it's working contrary to contrary to their plans. And folks, I'm going to let you know, something is going on spiritually. The awakening, what I'm talking about tonight, it's a direct result of the awakening, folks. Is why we're not emotionally attached like we used to be. Everything that happens, we analyze it first. Oh, Esau don't want that. Why can't y'all just react emotionally, right? Black and brown coalition or whatever. The black man is being ostracized. We've always been ostracized. So, Elder, are they trying to bait us into a carnal war? Absolutely. Because that's a war they can win. But they cannot win against us spiritually, folks. They cannot win against us spiritually. So this is a very uncomfortable, uncharted territory for the powers that shouldn't be. A very uncomfortable situation they're in. They cannot provoke us emotionally anymore or control us politically. Why? Our people we are attaching to the government, the true government. That's right. To our Christ who sits on the throne. And that fear, guess what? That scares them more than anything. Brothers and sisters, hit the like button as we decode this tonight. Hit the like button. Every time I come on this thing, Elder, I think probably AI have this thing set up or whatever the case is, where it pops up and says, hey, you can make way more money with ads. Just say okay and we'll handle it for you. And I said, no. Every time we come on, let me customize this for you so ads can pop up in the middle of it. No. Okay. If our brothers and sisters support that by sending whichever way they can send, that has always been good enough for us. Okay. We don't want some weirdo popping up in the middle of our broadcast while what? While bringing forth truth. We don't. As soon as there's a good moment, some stupid drug ad or something to pop up at a key moment to derail the conversation. No, I said no. I don't want no ads during our teachings. If somebody want to support, they know how to do it. They can do it. They got super chats or whatever, or other ways of supporting us. They've been supporting us. And guess what, brothers and sisters? I thank you all for your continued support, not just monetarily. Your prayers. You standing 10 toes down on Christ, sustaining, keeping this thing going, because we cannot do this alone through your support. So I wanted to put that out there. All right. Yeah, we're not doing all that, right? So let's jump right in. Let's start here, Elder. Right? Decoding the Times. All of a sudden, boom, bang, boom. Just to put it out there, hit the like button. A young man, tennis teen sentenced to 35 years for killing fellow student at athletics event. Now, I don't have to tell y'all, brothers and sisters, we don't have to tell you. Number one, if the roles were reversed, right, and a white kid came amongst some black kids under a tent, under the same circumstance, and a black guy pushed the white boy, and the white boy was to stab in self-defense, not knowing whether or not he could get out alive, we know that this thing would not have actually went to trial. It would have already been marked up through the district attorney office as there's no need for a trial because it was self-defense. But when it comes to our people, folks, you have to understand how everything is politically driven. During an election season, during a time where Democrats and all of that are looking for an emotional trigger to get us back on board with a black and white racial story. They're cleaving to stories, folks, to see if they can, what? Trigger us racially. But as a black man, let me tell you, since the slave ships, we're going to talk about it, we have always been under threat, under threat by the system. Okay? We've always been under threat by the system. And we always understood that there's two laws which applies. The difference between when I came up, Elder, and the current generation is there's no one in the home to set the boundaries like it was when we were coming up. There was boundaries, knowing that there's two sets of rules. Growing up, hey boy, if you go outside, you go outside, make sure you're in before the lights come on the light pole. Don't go on this side of the tracks or amongst these people because guess what? This is how you're going to be treated. That was a reality. Okay? Hey, you're not like other people. We were told this. You're different. It just so happened we found out we're Israelites. But we were told. It wasn't no thing like everyone's equal, kumbaya, all things are subjective, all people are treated equally under the law. None of that mess was ever discussed amongst our people. Boy, son, okay, you're about to get a car. I'm going to let you know now. You follow the rules when you drive a car. And if you're ever stopped by a cop, folks, not one person in our community, I'm talking about blacks, when we were separated and segregated, we all received the same talk, especially black young men. If you're ever stopped by the cops, what? Put both hands on the steering wheel. Put both hands on the steering wheel. And I'm like, that. Listen to what I'm saying, boy. Only thing you do is put both hands on the steering wheel and comply. And see, when you grow up innocent, you're naive, you're ignorant to the world you grew up under. That's unfair. Anybody will tell me what to do. And your father look you right in your eyes and say, nah. There's two separate worlds. What they get away with, you will not be able to get away with, especially being what? A black man. That's just the way it is. Okay? The difference is if you succeed in this world, the whole world is going to know, okay, it was off of work, perseverance, because no one has given us anything. A matter of fact, everything is stacked against us. That's what makes our success even more threatening. And I'm talking about our people who succeed regardless of the circumstances, which makes it even us a greater threat to the powers who shouldn't be. We were told, put your hand on the steering wheel. Yes, sir. Okay. And you follow, right? You follow everything the cops request. Hey, where your license and registration? You nod your head and tell them where it is. Okay? Do not reach for it. A matter of fact, you'll be better off asking the officer if you can get out of the car and point him to where your paperwork is. Okay, comply. And I'm saying that because if these roles were reversed, folks, let me tell you, it wouldn't be. But they're sending a message. This right here, and it dovetails right into our lesson. They are sending a message. No longer are they going to hide behind the veil, attacking the image of the black man who they know was prophesied to help gather God's people. No longer will it be overt. They've always, through some, they usually do it behind a proxy or some stupid law. But this is an example right here telling us, hey, I'm going to tell you right now, we're coming for the best of you. Okay? We're coming for the best of you. That's what this is signaling right here. We're not talking about a thug. Okay? We're not talking about a scammer. We're not talking about someone without a future that usually gets some level of leniency under circumstances like this. We're talking about a young, intelligent black man who's going to lose the better part of his life for defending himself. Folks, and they say, and I know the liberals are saying, hey, well, why don't you go out in the street and do something about it? Nah, we're not going to benefit the Democrats and all that, being stoked politically, when we know that they fix all of this, folks, to move us emotionally. Nah, no longer are we under your psychological control. But Elder Lawya, and I believe the brother's going to be all right.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he's going to be all right. But we're not going to handle things like we used to. We're not going to make a mockery of ourselves. We're not going to go out and tear things up because not much is left of the places that we used to call home anyway. We're not going to help them regentrify our areas by burning them down and have the others come in, the hats come in, and what? Take the area for what? Pennies on a dollar. No, we're handling it differently. You know what we're doing? And we're going to go into that. We're going to talk about what we're doing in a moment. Because as we go into this, we're going into solution, and at the end of it, how can we respond to what they're doing? But Elder Lawya, what are they covering up? It always come back to that little old place where Edom went into the Middle East in 1948. Where Edom went into the Middle East in 1948. Where the Edomites went in 1948, right? It had nothing to do with what they were talking about, right? Check this out, Elder. Check this out. June 8th is when they started really getting into the teeth of this particular trial. June 8th, right off the weekend, right?
Josh, obviously, Brooke is waiting. We're all waiting to figure out what this delay is as we wait for the defense to continue their part of this case. Any thoughts on what might be happening here?
June 8th. June 8th. They began the show.
At this point in the trial, my first instinct was perhaps they're talking to Carmelo Anthony about whether or not he wants to testify. And sometimes that takes some time. He has to confer with his attorneys, even if it's at the last moment, him making a decision. The judge also has to advise him of his rights, that he has a right to testify. But then hearing that the Metcalf family has been brought inside the courtroom along with the prosecutor.
And let me tell you this, it's unfortunate that someone had to die under these circumstances. Let me make that clear too. It's unfortunate. I believe that the young white kid, it's unfortunate that he had to die. Okay. But just like from our standpoint, we understand as a people, there's certain lines we don't cross. Okay. And still it should apply to anyone regardless of race. You shouldn't cross the line and when you put your hand on another man, regardless, you cannot dictate the outcome. That's why men amicably try to do what? De-escalate situations. That's what men of sound mind understands. If I put my hand on another man, I cannot dictate what the outcome will be. It's up to him and how he responds that really dictates how this all goes down. And men understands this. We understand this. That's why men de-escalate, understanding that what? There's a chance someone is going to die here. So let me make that clear. It's a shame someone had to die. But boundaries should be set. We're living in a different time. We're not living in a time where someone can put their hands on a black man and think it's okay. All right? So the positive about this that comes out of this is, well, guess what? We know going forward, under any other circumstances, we're not going to put our hands on other people. And that in of itself, brothers and sisters, is a step in the positive direction. And I'm saying this for white people. Okay? Now, but where I'm getting at, Elder Lawya, what were they covering up? June 8th. June 8th, at the same time that there's still slaughtering and bombs and all that going on over there in the Middle East, and a total ethnic cleansing of Palestine is happening right now. They don't need any bad PR. So they dropped the Carmelo Anthony trial, knowing that it will take all the eyes off of this anniversary. What anniversary? The anniversary of the attack on the USS Liberty is commemorated annually on June 8th. See that? A lot of you don't understand what this means politically, folks. If they didn't have the trial, Carmelo Anthony and this stuff, this is another OJ type thing because they were doing all types of stuff in the Middle East while everyone was looking at the OJ trial and the Michael Jackson trial. That's while they were still cleansing and taking down Palestine and no one was talking about it. The Palestinians. This would have been very bad public relations in the midst of the war right now if all eyes would have been on the anniversary when the Israelis, the Edomites there, attacked an American ship that led to the Vietnam War eventually. The false flag at the Gulf of Tonkin. A lot of us don't even look into things like this. But I'm like, hold up, they must be covering something up to make it where it's every media circuit is just talking about this Carmelo Anthony. Something happened that they're trying to cover up. And I'm like, you know what? The Gulf of Tonkin, where 34 Americans were killed, servicemen, in 1967, and 171 wounded. Why? Because they attacked an American ship. And guess what? They were funded by American money. Imagine that. See? They was using American money and our government and all of that, and the sentiments that came behind the civil rights and all of that to fund this Edomite state in the Middle East that have caused chaos since. So now no one can now have bad PR against the state of Israel, the new state of Israel that they call it. See, there's no bad press because the Carmelo Anthony thing has engulfed all the news, even international news. And no one is talking about the anniversary of when they attacked a United States ship. That in of itself would have what? It would have taken any support for Israel off the table when they need America in on this during the time of war. So let me tell you, folks, everything they do is strategic. Let's take this off of the front page. How can we do it? Hey, the Carmelo Anthony trial. Let's put it up there the same week that everyone is going to talk about us because we're already getting lit up by Candace Owens and everything. The sentiments of Israel and our state is going down. No one believes us anymore. Everyone is against Zionism. Folks, they scheduled this. Right? And they talking about there was a cross burning in Chicago. We all know who's burning the crosses. The same people who created the KKK. The same people who sometime are courting colleges, painting swastikas. Right? Painting swastikas. As a matter of fact, let me show you. I can show you better than I can tell you. Claiming that there's some type of anti-Semitic thing going on. And look at this. Student court painting swastikas in school. All right. You know, YouTube, a lot of them have scrubbed this stuff. Let me see. It was this girl who belonged to a synagogue, and they found out that she was the one going around the school doing it. So, you know, it's to keep the optics of some type of anti-Semitism and all this allegedly going out there. Look at this.
The FBI was called in to assist after swastikas kept appearing on a message board, similar to a dry erase board on the door of a female student, she is Jewish, who lived in Mitchell Hall. Now the university confirms that a hidden camera placed in the hallway confirmed the student who was the apparent victim did it herself. News 4 spoke to that young woman who asked not to be identified.
Hold up. No, why not identify? Why not identify? As a matter of fact, let's listen to it again. Is there privilege?
The FBI was called in to assist after swastikas kept appearing on a message board, similar to a dry erase board on the door of a female student, she is Jewish, who lived in Mitchell Hall. Now the university confirms that a hidden camera placed in the hallway confirmed the student who was the apparent victim did it herself. News 4 spoke to the...
She's the perpetrator and the victim. She says the victim did it herself. So she went in there crying, beat red. Oh my God, how can y'all got to do something here in this school. You dean, you allowing anti-Semitism to ensue. I'm scared. Right?
That young woman who asked not to be identified shortly after the hate-filled symbols began appearing on her door. Here's what she had to say at that time.
Oh.
Who does such a thing?
I wish I knew. I wish I had any clue who this was, but university police, my house proctor, administrators, nobody can think of a motive of somebody who hates me that much.
Through the use of...
Oh my goodness. Victim. Folks, victimization, being a victim is power. It's power. This is how you trigger people emotionally. This is how witches and warlocks operate. It's through victimhood. See?
Hidden cameras, interviews, and increased police patrols, we have concluded, and through a final interview today.
So somebody suspected that this girl was behind it the whole time. They set up cameras and say, "Oh, we're gonna get in front of this."
Investigators have concluded that the student who reported the incidents is responsible for the incidents.
There you go. There you go, folks. Folks, what is this, folks? Folks, what you're watching is soft terrorism. You have to realize how politics are affected through these false flags that will favor one demographic over everyone else when it comes to financial allocation for these particular states. Victimhood allowed them to go into city council and cry wolf and claim they need some protection and protection costs. See, this is soft terrorism. This is how you undermine a community of people who truly need the money by crying wolf, by being a victim. Because guess what? That money is not going to come out of money that's allocated for regular white citizens. That money come out of minority budgets. See how it works? But I digress. The Gulf of Tonkin. Oh yeah, Elder, what else? Because I'm about to get into the meat of what we're going to talk about tonight. So now, by using a Carmelo Anthony trial, it have actually, brothers and sisters, diverted everyone from the June 8th anniversary of when the state of Israel attacked a United States, that's right, ship. And it so happened that I heard some of what? The news. I heard some of the radio conversation. I'm not going to play that tonight because it's of no relevance for what I'm going into. Right? Where the people in the ship was telling them, they was trying to claim for years that it was by mistake. No, it was on the radio. Hey, this is a United States ship. You're speaking to Americans here. Before it was shot, they were told that this is a friendly ship. And next thing you know, you hear boom. Because why? False flags like this allegedly allow them to frame it in the media any way they would like to go to war. Oh, we'll just say that another country did this and therefore it'll justify America's budget that will finance us in the next war. Huh? And why did that affect us? It's a trickle-down effect. Because of this now, they have to go to war in Vietnam and others. And now they are invoking a draft where black people have to go get blew up and die over in Vietnam because of stuff like this. Then they can politically attack Muhammad Ali in the prime of his career and put 3 years of a boxer's life on the shelf, which is a lifetime for a boxer. In his prime? Think about that, folks. So now they do a false flag, turn around and point to us to be the people who would fight their war against our own people. A lot of people don't know that Vietnam and all these, 10 tribes went into those areas. Also in Asia. They're the oppressed on that side of the hemisphere. Folks. And here it is. We go and die for an unjust war because of these false flags. It always circle around to putting something on us when we have nothing to do with it. Now, let's go in. Let's go in, Elder Lawya. So let's talk about this also. What else was going on during the whole week that should have been given some type of not just national media, Elder Lawya, but international media? A few days before the 8th, something happened on the 6th. Something happened last week that should have been, if you're going to have a racial conversation, why isn't the mass media, Elder Lawya, talking about this? And sisters, we warned you. I've warned you for years to keep your head on a swivel. They have come after you, and they're coming after you because now there's no protection. And all of this was socially engineered. We need to get the black man out of the way by any means necessary if they are to what? If they are going to stay in control during this awakening. The only way to stay in control was to get the black man out of the way. And it's so unfortunate that too many ignorant people fell for it. That's the unfortunate part. But keep your head on a swivel. Elder Lawya, this is what they should have been talking about instead of Carmelo Anthony.
Well, this is exclusive dash cam video of a woman in Aiken County trying to escape her alleged kidnapper. Tonight, the sheriff's office is looking for people who may have had similar run-ins.
And if you have, police say you need to call them. We first told you yesterday about this man, Jonathan Willard. He was arrested.
Look at this satanic loser. This is how you know. I'm going to tell you, folks, this is how you know the end is near. Anytime a white man who's in control of everything over the earth has to resort to this to get female attention. I mean, this guy isn't even using his whiteness correctly. When you have to resort to this, being in full power, we're witnessing the end of the world, folks. Look.
Need to call them. We first told you yesterday about this man, Jonathan Willard. He was arrested over the weekend for impersonating a law enforcement officer and kidnapping. That's after a woman says she was walking along an Aiken County road last Friday.
Hey, you have to look at what the teleprompters, how they read this. They keep calling this girl who just graduated a woman. This is not a woman. This is a black girl.
Right.
So a lot of you don't even be listening. Y'all don't be hearing their tricks. Automatically, by calling this a woman, it minimizes this predator's crimes.
Right.
This is not a woman. This is a girl who just got her high school diploma. So someone strategically put this together so to get this guy less, to make him look less as far as his criminality goes. Boy, if this was a black guy and there was a white girl handcuffed running out of the woods, man, we would not have heard the end of this. See, what I like to do is bring perspective here. That's what Decoding the Times are about. See? These Satanists like to dictate what news is important. They like to dictate that. That's why I'm so glad we're not falling for this racial thing and going out marching and all that, we shall overcome. If anything, what they're going to do, anybody that's marching that's black and all that, it'll be some people from Somalia or some immigrants and others that Soros and others had come into the country as proxy. If there's going to be any marching and all that, folks, that's who's going to be out there to try to trigger us from going out there. I've seen the paperwork, and I may pull it up a little later. Okay, the registry of the World Organization and how they have a whole spider web of how they're going to be able to bring in the New World Order. And immigration is top on the list. Destabilizing other countries through what? Culture cataclysms. When you bring in another people, you bring in an entirely culture that innately war against the people they're up against. And they're putting these people right next to us. That's an innate strategy. There's an innate scenario when you put strangers amongst another people who've had a culture for thousands upon thousands of years where they live. There will be a cultural cataclysm. There will be war amongst people. And they know this. Right? But I digress. Let's look at this demon.
Friday, when she says Willard claimed he was a police officer, put her in handcuffs, and put her in his car.
Tonight, your Liz Owens joins us live from the newsroom. Liz, when the sheriff's office sent this out, they were asking for anyone who may have had a similar interaction with Willard to come forward. Have they gotten any calls tonight?
Right. They actually sent that 5 days ago, and I checked, and as of a couple hours ago, the answer is no. They have not received any calls.
FBI data of missing persons in 2022 shows stranger abductions are rare. About 0.05% of missing persons report were coded abduction by a stranger.
Again, these are extremely rare.
Abductions by a stranger pretending to be a cop.
You know, I've done this for a long time, and I haven't seen one like this.
But if the dash cam clip spiked your anxiety and had you clutching your car keys, Major Jason Griffin has a few...
I mean, look at this guy. Hold up.
Griffin had you clutching your car.
Look at this guy. And I hear these people talk about divestors. Hey, y'all better watch out. Talking about divested. This is the loser right here. You will end up in his suitcase. That's right. All parts of you.
Right.
You will divest into a suitcase.
Car keys, Major Jason Griffin has a few simple ways to keep you safe.
Our plainclothes deputies do not stop people for minor traffic violations.
That doesn't mean to blow past the stop sign. It just means Major Griffin isn't going to pull you over himself.
If they see a traffic violation, or let's say they see somebody walking down the street,
now they're going to just do... They're going to do one of those PSAs all of a sudden. Like, man, listen, who cares about this? We need to be focusing on this loser right here. This loser with a cigarette right here. They want to go into a PSA, what to do, who to look for. Nah. Where's the Carmelo Anthony attention? Where's the dogs out in this park or this remote place where he's trying to take this girl, knowing that there's probably other black girls buried there? But they want to talk about Carmelo Anthony. Comments just would tell me looking at a loser like this. A satanic loser like this who just I mean, he's just wasting, right? His whiteness. Okay. There's a privilege where all he got to do is get a haircut. He can be broke and get a woman. A good looking women too. Some people are just, look at that girl who just got killed over there and who they claim hung herself over there in Africa. Her man really didn't have anything going on.
Mm-hmm.
He was just finessing and lying online. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm in crypto. I got a son that's in crypto, but he go to work every day. And guess what? Crypto ain't doing like that for everybody else. So you don't even have to be what? Wealthy. Just be white and you can get a good looking woman and you can get a good looking sister. There's a lot of black women out there ignorant to this. They just have a white man as an accessory to show other people, yeah, a white man like me. And guess what? These people don't be having two nickels to rub together. Okay? Man, guess what? That's right. If a black guy was on the same status as these broke white guys, guess what? She would be calling them all types of, you're a deadbeat, you're nothing, you're broke. All white men have to do is to be white. So I don't even understand how this guy has wasted the skin he's in. But I digress. Let's go in, Elder. So what are they doing now? Brothers and sisters, jumping right in. The Edomite powers that shouldn't be are panicking. Hit that like button. Is there fear of an Israelite awakening? Absolutely. It's not me saying it. It's not me saying it, Elder Lawya. I'm going to play this so you can hear it. I'm going to play this, Elder, so you can hear it. All right? Let me pull it up here. The document. And I'm going to show you, folks, what we just dealt with when they told everybody to go home to get shots and all that, and that there's this boogeyman disease out there, and immigration. All of it, folks, is because of us. Everything you're seeing is because of us. They cannot get out of our mix. It started a long time ago. Book. It started a long time ago. The religious instruction of the Negroes in the United States. What am I looking at? How do we politically control Judah? Especially at a time where now we have no choice but to free the Negro. Through slavery, it was force. There was a force that kept us in line until we begin to fight back. Don't ever believe the story that the white man freed the black man out of the kindness of his heart. Out of the kindness of his heart. Folks, let me tell you, they had no choice. When they told our people, listen, hey, you can help free your people if you fight on our side. You know how many blacks jumped ship from the South and joined the Northern Army and kicked butt? Folks, I'm going to tell you, they hide all. Man, I got books. I wish I can show you all the books I have back here. They always have to have this white hero story to hide the facts. That guess what? Either we don't care if you signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Okay? Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. We free whether you sign it or not. Okay. This wasn't this wasn't no come to Jesus moment for white people and said we should let go nah, we kick butt. Okay. So they said, you know what, there's something we're going to need to do to change the dynamics, but still have the slave components in place, knowing that we're going to have to free them. And it was more so, I'm going to tell you right now, it was the fear of the black man. There was no need to fear the black woman. Okay, there was no need. Okay, there was no need for it. It was in fear of the black man. So they say, you know what, we're going to have to flip this to eventually they're being controlled altogether by a matriarchy at the very end. We're going to have to do some psychology that can turn them against one another to where at least the battle is amongst themselves by us flipping things upside down. We need to have a matriarchy over the black man. That was their eventual plan. That would be the end game. Everyone talks about Willie Lynch and the psychological thing that was put in through that. But folks, that was just the implementation. That was the implementation. But still, with Esau colonizing and doing all these other things where there was a need, for protection. There was a need of protection from black men by our sisters. There's no way they could have fully put that in place, knowing that the black women knowing that they needed us to protect them. So there was still a strong patriarchal spirit that could not be broken, because regardless how our sisters felt, they needed us to protect them. And they understood what they were up against at that time and got on and stayed on board with us. So the Willie Lynch thing was an implementation. What we're seeing now was the plan. What we see now in our communities was the plan. Where nothing but women over all authoritative positions, which is sick. It's crazy. But it all falls into what I'm talking about tonight. It's insanity. This is how you take over a race of people you are afraid of. Mainly the black man. Let me show you this real quick. I'm going to go here real quick in this book. Let me read a few things, Elder, and then we can jump right in.
Yes, sir.
All right. A matter of fact, Elder, I'm going to send some of it to you.
All right.
Folks, hit this like button. We do a lot to put this stuff together. Help us out. Hit the like button. You know we're under a shadow ban. All right. Lawya, where you at, Lawya? Oh, okay, Lawya. I'm going to send it to you now under download. Just download it and read it. Right. Downloads. Okay. Hold on. Image. Hold on. Both images right here. That's one image. And that's two images. Right? And I'm going to send you the Philo project report. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have that? I sent page...
Yes, sir. I got it.
Elder Lawya, I sent page 83 and 84 from the book, The Religious Instruction of the Negroes in the United States to you. And I also sent you the Philos project, where they've been watching us for a long time in fear of the Israelite Awakening. All right.
Yes, sir.
You have it all?
Yes, sir. I got it all.
My brother. Good. So we're going to pull it up I like to share this. Usually I do stuff like this in the academy, but everything can't be for the academy. Right? Everything can't be for the academy. Right? Now, this is talking about at this time, during that time, the psychology on what they were going to do with us transitioning from slavery after Reconstruction. Right? Let's start at the top where it says, Elder Lawya, our special occasions. On page 83, the first one.
Yes, sir. On special occasions, such as fast days, communion seasons, and protracted meetings, a day more is allowed servants by many masters. Throughout the slaveholding states, the rest of the Sabbath is secure to the Negroes. And on this day, they have extensive opportunities of attending divine worship in town and country.
So they said, well, listen, we're going to give them a Sabbath day, the slaves. And this is the time where it is known extensive opportunities of attending divine worship. Church at this time. There was no such thing as all these crazy religions out here. Let's make it clear. They brought all these other religions in by the Gentiles to break the cohesiveness we had in our core belief in Christ. That's it. That's what you got it. That's spiritual warfare. When they started opening up and bringing Islam and all these other religions amongst us, that weakened us. Okay. And everybody say, well, the church is pagan. Okay. Yeah, we know there's pagan rituals and all of that. But our people didn't know that. We didn't know it was pagan, but it was a place where we can strategically plan our future and bind us together under one God. This is where our politics was constructed.
Mm-hmm.
This is from where our community was protected.
That's right.
So you think the Esau didn't see this and started bringing Buddhists and Muslims and all these others to break what they couldn't? Right? And don't forget, us coming out of slavery, they didn't need immigration because we were everything when it comes to employment because we were the only workers. What would we need them to come over to cook for when we cook for everybody? What we need them for restaurants for when we were the carpenters? We were the engineers. There was no outsourcing of immigrants and all of that. We were everything. And that scared them. What if they one day wake up knowing that they're the children of God and we're wholly dependent on these people who are protected by that God? What if they wake up and realize they're Israelites? Man, we'll lose this country all at once. A matter of fact, I have proof. When they came over here, they knew that the 10 tribes, they knew the tribes over here were Israelites. They knew we were Israelites when we came off the ships. They knew this. Read it. But it was well known to those.
Yes, sir. But it was well known to those who have attentively observed the habits of this people that large numbers of adults remain at home or spend the day in visiting or in ways still more exceptionable.
Now check this out, Elder. There's one thing that pops out here, right? Now, don't lose this, what they're saying here. I need you to read that last piece again.
It says, but it is well known to those who have attentively observed the habits of this people.
Who have attentively observed the habits of these people. Why are you attentively studying our habits? Folks, what are we? We are actually breaking down the inner workings of a hunter. There's no such thing as them minding their business, Folks, we are their business as far as they're concerned.
That's right.
Right? Even in slavery, they were just watching us attentively. Right? And I'm putting this out there, folks, because sometimes we're going through things and we don't truly understand our worth. But you must be worth well more than you know if everyone is always watching you and all up in your mix. That's how much you're worth. That we've become everyone's business. So there must be something what? There must be something special about you, which they fear you finding out. Because you don't pay attention to nothing or something that's worthless. Right? You don't pay attention to it. Right? Go ahead, Elder.
Yes, sir. It says, but it is well known to those who have attentively observed the habits of this people that large numbers of adults remain at home or spend the day in visiting or in ways still more exceptionable. Various causes can
like, for instance, it was weird to them because they noticed no matter where we lived, even without having a meeting, that our people would hang out on corners near the corner store. It was weird to them because this is not a thing that happens amongst white people. It doesn't matter the community without a meeting or anything going on. Our kids would grow up and meet at the corner. Folks, do you know that that's a prophecy in the Bible? That we would stand on the corner. And when they study this, and maybe, okay, so how can we criminalize this then? How can we criminalize this? Oh, I know what we can do. We can bring in drugs and all of this. And now drugs from China. That's right. That's where they came from. Opium from the Middle East. These Muslims and these Buddhists has always operated without us understanding, folks, that it was a spiritual war against us. And next thing you know, they got people standing on the corner selling drugs when that's not what it was initially was. Okay, they destroyed a cultural norm amongst our people. And we would get on the corner and doo-wop. We would sing. We would dance. We would meet the people around the corner. Guess what? Because we would join our community from one block to the next block and meet at the corner. So Elder, they were looking at us. They was looking at us like, why do these black kids stand on the corner? Sister would get dressed up and all that, and she would walk to the corner knowing exactly who she want to look at her. Folks, brothers and sisters, there was no meeting amongst our people, and it was weird to them. And they would just observe us like a separate species or something. Because then they would come together while these Negroes are hanging on the corner. They just go to the corner. Is there money at the corner? Nah, they just go to the corner. So it confused them to what it would, because usually there's an incentive for everything these other nations do. Okay, they be like, hey, do they go in the corner in Philadelphia? Yeah, but they don't know the people in Chicago that's doing the same thing. Detroit is doing the same thing. Down there in Fayetteville, North Carolina, or in South Carolina, they don't know the people in Raleigh and Zebulon that is all these Negroes just go to the corner. Is there drugs there? Like, no, they sometimes they have a little sip, but they do whopping, they're singing, they're dancing, they're jumping rope. They did, and then it comes out that the prophecy was in the Bible that we would hang on corners. I'll grab that for y'all later. Elder, I need you to grab that for me. I'll grab it a little later.
Yes, sir.
Right? So they look at everything we do because why? Because everything we do become a cultural mainstay. Understand that. It dictates the culture, which leads to great marketing for anything. Right? We're going to talk about it. And guess what? And first, when I grew up, Elder Lawya, Diamond Street, I'll talk about it all the time. It was a Jewish guy around the corner, 15th and Suskew, that owned the butcher. All the corner stores, the whole Diamond Street, they call it Diamond Street and Strawberry Mansion and all that, because these are where the Jewish elite used to live.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Before we came from down south, it was a Jewish elite. Diamond Street, Strawberry Mansion, these big houses, they turned into triplexes, were one house, a mansion for one family, rich family.
Mm-hmm.
So then they strategically moved us into there from the south. And then what happens? All of the merchants at that time were Jewish. The insurance man, Jewish. The butcher around the corner, 15th and Suskew. I used to go there back then when we were going to church and all that. And my father would say, hey, go down there and tell Frank to cut me 2 pounds of fat back to put in the greens, and let him know that I'll straighten them out Thursday. That's how it was, folks. We would go and they would write out IOUs. I don't know if I'm telling my age right now. But the butcher was Jewish and he would write out IOUs. All right? And there was a respectful relationship, even at that time. There was no robbing them and all that. It was amicable. We were Christian people. You got a Jewish guy who had a drugstore, a Jewish guy up the street who had a butcher. Right? When I didn't know any better, come give me 2 pounds of fat back to put in my greens. And tell Frank, don't worry about it. I'm going to straighten them out Thursday. So it was on a first name basis. I'll go there and be like, oh yeah, old Shep. Yeah, tell him don't worry about it. He say, don't worry about it. Tell him he can have it. It was like that. Even the corner store. The corner store, they were Jewish people. The drugstore were Jewish people. The pawn shop. I don't know if that changed, but it was Jewish people. And all of a sudden, something changed. Around the mid to late 80s and 90s, I started seeing an uptick of Asian people at the corner store, as if they sold it and outsourced it to immigrants. But it went without us even thinking anything of it. All the black people who they developed relationships with and gained all of this power and money and finances by us supporting their stores. You mean to tell me there wasn't a black person in that whole vicinity, that whole area? Think about that. You think it's one man it wasn't one person they could have went to and say, hey, you've been supporting our business since the 60s or whatever. We want you to become the owner of this store, and I'm going to show you the contracts and show you how to get the grants to do it. It's as if there was a private conversation to turn it over to Asians and other people in our community. Right? I just wanted to put that out there. Right? They can use us for our resources, but without giving us an opportunity in the same areas we came out of, folks. And guess what? It has always been by design. Or they hang out on the corners, huh? So let's put the Asians there. Let's put other people there. And now we have what? We have an internal watchdog. That was before cameras and all of that. See? So they want to know what happened on the block. They go, I would see the cops do a beeline to the Chinese store at the corner. So they were giving takes. They were telling everything. They were keeping rolls. They know who came in with who. They knew the people, but they were really what? Reconnaissance. Inside information to be utilized. They've always been just that. Let's finish reading this for time's sake, Elder. About the slaves, them watching us. Come on.
Yes, sir. But it is well known to those who have intently observed the habits of this people that large numbers of adults remain at home or spend the day in visiting or in ways still more exceptionable. Various causes conspire to produce the effect. For instance, it is their day of rest. The distance which they must walk to church is considerable. The accommodations for seats in certain cases are limited. The services of the sanctuary are too elevated for them. They are not required or encouraged to go. They have no exalted ideas of the importance of religion, and in common with all men are naturally disinclined to it, and are easily satisfied with excuses for the neglect of it, and other causes which might be mentioned. Many in settlements that are not supplied with gospel ministrations live and die without an adequate knowledge of the way of salvation.
So the white man studied us and said, well, listen, we have to get some control amongst the slaves, amongst these Negroes. We need to set up an administration because why? There is no coordinated effort with them right now as far as one direction to be controlled by. Let's see what we can do with this church. Nor can we what?
Nor can the adult Negro acquaint himself with duty and the way of salvation through the reading of scriptures, any more than can the child.
Look at what they thought about us back then. The adult Negro is, they don't have the IQ beyond a child. And see, but this is where they was naive. Just because sometimes we would act dumb around them.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. And secretly teach our own children.
Right.
Okay. Read. Of those that do read.
In some cases, yes, like it, sir. In some cases, even being illiterate, we still had great feats and accomplished great things, even without the ability to read or being illiterate.
And see, and that's a great point you make, because some of the ingenuity we did hands-on was from people we didn't even know how to read. We just understood how things worked. It's to a point where they would raid our quarters thinking that they were books. Some of what we would come up with, some of the ingenuity. Like you had to have known how to read to build this. There's a book I have on that too. That they would like the whole thing of when they go into the prison and raid the cells and all that. Well, they should do that at the slave quarters. Same thing. That whole model of prison came out of slavery. So, dovetailing on what you were saying, even if we didn't know how to read, they were so surprised at our ingenuity and what we could build without books. Okay, I remember that. Man, listen, my father was a full mechanic and never went to school to do anything on cars. Back then, it wasn't about what credential you had. Okay, it wasn't even about that because these were slaves.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right? But guess what? We excelled anyway. Great point, Elder. What's next?
Yes, sir. Getting back, it says,
nor can the adult Negro acquaint himself in the duty of the way of salvation through the reading of scriptures any more than a child, or those that read.
But those that do read, but few read well enough for the edification of the hearers. Not all the colored preachers read. Not all the colored. Now we go from Negroes to colored now. We went from Negroes to colored to black, to African American, and now we're foundational black Americans. When are we going to say we're Judah
Hey, it's happening. But not all the colored preachers read. I'll tell you what, they couldn't read, but they can sure preach.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Right? Two other circumstances
which have considerable bearing on the moral and religious character of the Negroes deserve attention. The first is that the marriage state is not protected by law. Whatever of protection it enjoys, it is to be attributed to custom, to the conscientious efforts of owners, and the discipline and doctrines of the churches.
And the discipline and doctrines of churches. That's right. We would jump the broom. Okay, our permission was with God until they found a way to incentivize that as a form of control, as a form of keeping the status quo in place to destroy the man figure within our community. Read.
And also the correct principle and virtue of the contracting parties. But the relation is liable to disruption in a variety of forms, for some of which there is no remedy. The second is that the government to which they are subjected is too much physical in its nature. To discard and appeal to the principle of fear, the fear of punishment of the person of the transgressor in some form or other, would be running contrary to all governments in existence, both human and divine. While the necessity is admitted, yet the appeal should be made as seldom as possible and in the mildest form consistent with the due support of authority and the reformation of the transgressor. Man has a spiritual as well as an animal nature, and corrective influences should be brought to bear upon that directly and in the first instance, as soon as he is able to discern between good and evil.
Okay, so he says, okay. So this is them adjusting the dynamics of our people, knowing that they would eventually have to free us. The religious instruction of the Negroes in the United States, for those who just came in, is what we're reading from, right? So they would have to set up a psychology in place that could herd and to control our people who were predominantly Christian, right? So no, the Bible is not a white man's book. That's a lie. It's not. It's the doctrine they utilize and make other people believe that. The doctrine they would teach was to keep us in control, knowing that what? Eventually, we would be free. We would be free to travel. We would be free to go cross state without papers. So they needed a spiritual leash, which was the Christian doctrine. But guess what? But they knew that eventually it would come around and bite them. But they had no choice. If we're going to give it to them, it must be controlled. If we're going to give them Christianity, it must be controlled behind the scenes by Jesuits. They have to come to our theologian seminary garbage college. They have to come to us for their papers. Okay? Which will validate them before their people. Right? So they knew it would come around to bite them eventually, but they had no choice. We were growing in number. They would have to free us, but if they can control us spiritually with the white Jesus and all this other crap they put out there, along with a false doctrine that would automatically show the white man as the authority. Even in absence, he had the authority in our minds. But he knew that it would come to bite them. How did they know this? Well, why do you think they didn't want us reading the Bible? They knew we were Israelites. Why do you think that the penalty was so punitive? If they caught us reading, it wasn't just because they didn't want us to read. Okay? They was trying to stave off the inevitable. We cannot allow these people to know that they're from the tribe of Judah or the nation of Israel. Right? So they've been watching since then. I'm going to show you. Where you left off. While the necessity is admitted, yet the appeal should be made as seldom possible in the mildest form consistent with the due support of authority and the reformation of the transgressor. Man has a spiritual as well as animal nature, and corrective influences should be brought to bear upon the directly and in the first instance as soon as he is able to discern both good and evil. So they were studying this. Oh, I got the wrong page there. They were studying us. Now let's go to the next page, Elder. Hold on, not that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Page 84. Such then are the circumstances of the slave population, which have an unfavorable influence upon their moral and religious condition. Those circumstances only have been referred to which prominently assist us in our inquiry. In conclusion, it may be added that servants have neither intellectual nor moral intercourse with their masters generally, sufficient to redeem them from the adverse influence of the circumstances alluded to. For the first two classes are distinct in their association, and it cannot well be otherwise. Nor have servants any redeeming intercourse with any other persons. On the contrary, in certain situations, there is intercourse had with them, and many temptations laid before them against which they have little or no defense, and the effect is deplorable. The circumstance of the free Negro population.
The circumstances of the free Negro population, read.
The free Negro population is about equally divided between free and the slave states. The balance may be somewhat in favor of the slave states. Their locations are chiefly in cities, towns, and villages. They are but thinly scattered throughout the country. Unless diverted by some uncontrollable circumstance, they invariably find their way into cities, partly because they here find most society.
Elder Lawya, I'm laughing because they are observing us like some wild exotic animal that you find in the rainforest, right? It's cracking me up. Let's read that part again. Their observations.
Yes, sir. And I have a precept for it once we finish. But yeah, it's exactly what the scriptures say concerning how they examine us.
Okay.
It's like animals. But it says here, the free Negro population is about equally divided between the free and slave states. The balance may be somewhat in favor of the slave states. Their locations are chiefly in cities, towns, and villages. They are but thinly scattered throughout the country. Unless diverted by some uncontrollable circumstance, they invariably find their way into cities.
These Negroes just won't sit still. But go ahead. They invariably, we think they over here at the juke joint, over here down south, and
right.
They pop up in Harlem. Like what's
right.
But go on.
Partly because they there find most society of their own color, and partly because they make out to live at less expensive labor, have the means and opportunities of vicious indulgence more at hand, with less danger of detection, and in every respect are under less supervision and restraint.
He said we're losing control of these Negroes, right? Now, Elder, give me the scripture that you said you wanted to get that actually highlights the fact that they observe us like something outside of just human. But guess what? We are. That's why they observe us and analyze us like this, because they like, man, these people, every time there's something special about these people. Right? Right? And these Negroes are moving around for no reason. Because usually, right? Usually there's an incentive with nations when it comes to commerce or some type of trade to why they're willing to do certain things, because why? You know, in fear of the unknown. But it's like, no, these Negroes, they just, listen, they're here for no reason. They'll go from a juke joint in South Carolina, and now he's tap dancing in Harlem. All right. And it ain't about the money, because they ain't making no money. They just having a good time. Like, what's going on with these people who would go over, who would travel cross country just to be amongst their people having a good time with no incentive? Right? And we had a thing even among, we even started switching up the church thing. You know, everybody go to mass and go to church and go to the same community church. You know, our people, we had to mix that up. Next thing you know, what we doing amongst blacks? Oh no, this week we going over to our fellow church over here across over in West Philadelphia, where now we have the day the day service at our church, and then we go meet at another church somewhere, and we be up in there at 10 o'clock at night. I'm like, man, I mean, our church is just a startup. And now they're like, these Negroes, they worship here, and then they link up with other Negroes over here to worship this Jesus. He's like, listen, they're doing things that wasn't in the manual, okay? That's why white people sit there and look at it like, hold up. When we taught blacks this Christian thing, they're doing stuff that you don't go to theologian school to find out. Like, no, listen, no, I'll tell you what. Hey, Mother Little got cornbread and collard greens tonight working. So we going to West Philly.
God.
You know, and see, that fascinates other nations. Right? That fascinates them, right? Elder Lawya, what scripture you have on that?
Lamentations 4:18 through 19.
Okay, let me grab it real quick. Lamentations 4. Let me get it here. Lamentations 4, and you said 19?
4 and 18, and we can read down to 19.
Okay, you can go through it and break it down. You got it.
Yes, sir. Lamentations 4 and 18. They hunt our steps, that we cannot go in our streets.
Look at that. Go on, Elder.
Yes, sir. So as we saw earlier, I believe it was page 83, where it says that they study us attentively. We have to realize that these studies, which they call social studies, is more than just social studies. This is military reconnaissance. This is them hunting. This is Esau, the hunter, doing his hunting. They hunt our steps, that we cannot go in the streets. That's that studying us attentively. Our end is near, our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. Now check this out. Our persecutors are swifter than the eagles of the heaven. So they're like eagles watching and studying their prey. They pursued us upon the mountains. They laid wait for us in the wilderness. So they set traps and snares for us in all the places where we're gathered in high number, in the cities, in the ghettos, in our neighborhoods, so on and so forth. That's it on that.
Man, yeah, they sit and wait. And guess what? And if they watch what we do, and then they go behind City Hall and their consuls and all these others and try to find a way to criminalize it. Stop and frisk. Anything we do natural. Folks, why do you think they came up with licenses? There was no licenses because they couldn't control us. We had our own juke joints, our own place where we have a good time. And guess what? Outside of that, we would make our own booze and all of that, our own beer. Okay, they even stole the Southern Comfort and all that. They stole our recipes and all of that. When it comes, we had Jack Daniels. We had our own distilleries. And then they said, hold up. Then one time we was going across state into Chicago. They put formaldehyde in one of the barrels. They started shaking us down, put formaldehyde in one of the barrels so that we can get the people sick, so that we can get people sick and try to claim that, hold up, now it must be regulated. They poisoned what we made so that now they could justify through City Hall regulating what we did naturally. There was no form of control because the money had to circulate amongst us. It was right after, we were segregated right after slavery. We couldn't be around white people. So we had to have fun amongst ourselves. We had to go to church by ourselves. And we would have to what? With recreation or whatever the case is, we had to do this amongst ourselves with nothing. They come through and like, man, what's this? Is this vodka? They was like, nah, vodka will kill you. So what y'all got there? That's corn. Corn what? You see that stuff out there, them stalks growing? It's like corn what? Corn what? What you Negroes making? Corn what? Corn liquor. It's like what are these guys doing? We got with Gad and all of that. Gad knew how to do everything with the corn. We made our everything, and they watching us attentively. It's deep, folks. And let me tell you, the more I read their observations, Elder Lawya, there's a continual respect that I have for my forefathers, for our people who came off those slave ships and what they had to endure.
Absolutely, Khan.
There's a continual respect I would always have for our people because they didn't have the education that we do. They didn't have the finances. They didn't have the education. But they had a love of God, love for God, and brothers and sisters, they've always had a love for their families. And this is what they're trying to stomp out within the United States because that's the spirit. The spirit that our people went through in chattel slavery is the spirit that galvanized all those people throughout the earth. All those people throughout the earth, folks, where injustices are done against, it galvanized them. Our story inspires them to know that, guess what? God didn't forget us. He didn't forget us. We went through the worst time in human history, in world history, and survived it. And now can stand neck to neck, face to face to our oppressors and say, listen, you tried to get rid of Judah, but nah, we're back and we're not finished. I don't care how much immigration you do. I don't care what you try to do, because now Judah sees them now. At one time, there was some naivety, but nah, Judah sees them. See? And I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to put this out there real quick. People say, oh, they teach white people. They teach white people. We teach all people. That's number one.
That's right.
Our churches are 90% Israelites, but we're not going to turn our back on any people because we have enough sense to understand what? Righteous diplomacy. We got enough sense to understand righteous diplomacy. If the Most High is going to one day put Israel over the earth, that's right, folks, over all people, then it's upon us to righteously understand how to interact with them. And Esau has enough sense, even though if he hate our guts, he keep us close enough to him to not just benefit from us, but to understand how close he is to losing everything. The Bible says Judah will be at the neck of our enemy. You think he's crazy enough to let us alone by ourselves without him being around us? So that's utterly ridiculous, putting something out there claiming that Israelites shouldn't teach other people. That's stupid. That's stupid. Okay? Just like we're baptizing soon, our brothers and sisters over in East India. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to come and tell us everything their people been planning and what they've been doing against us in our neighborhoods. You think that's some good information? Huh? Because they'll get around us and it's inside conversation they're having right in our face without telling us their true intentions. They'll suck our communities dry financially, knowing they're here to do so, and won't say a thing. So what does the Most High do? He says, teach the gospel. We'll have one of your people tell us your plans. And then we'll warn our people. See how that works? So you have to understand, like Christ did, and exercise righteous diplomacy. And I see so many people so fixated on whether or not they should teach nations. Hey, kick rocks, okay? You teach who you want to teach. And no one say anything. Why are you upset because you can't control what we do? Kick rocks. But then I'll ask them this question when they try to put out there, hey, you shouldn't be teaching. And then they always talk about white man, white man, white man. No, it's all nations. Now what? Now what? How can you stop somebody from teaching something? But then it comes down to this, and I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to leave it here. Show me in the Bible where it's a sin. A sin. Give me the law where it's a sin to teach the Gentiles. No, because everyone talk about we talk about the law all day long. Oh, well, the white man did this, the white man did that. Okay, good. So show me in the Bible where it's a sin to teach the Gentiles. Well, God hate them. Okay, say what you want. Show me where it's a sin to teach them. See, and this is why they go to these people who don't know any better, but they dare come to me with that mess. Because I'll be straight. Show me the Bible where we're not supposed to teach the nations. Oh, they're going to start doing ad hominem attacks, try to redirect the conversation. But you can't do that with me because I know where you're going to go. Because I taught it before you knew what an Israelite is or was. Show me where it's a sin to teach the other nations. Well, white man did this. Hey, I can show you where black men killed our people. Should I not teach them? Let's put the white man to the side. Okay. What about the Hamite? What about the Egyptian? What about the Arab? What about the Asians? Because they want to be fixated on the white man based on current history concerning what they did against us, when all nations did things against us. See that? So I cut it off where the conversation, listen, unless you tell me it's a sin to teach Gentiles, get out of my face. I don't care about your personal reasons to why you don't. The Bible states where there's no sin, there's no transgression. And not only that, you're not fit to teach them anyway. How about that? Because I know they look at us. This is why, I'm going to tell you, this is why, folks, they have vitriol against this ministry. And they be outright lying too. Oh, no, they'll tell people, no, they're regular Christians. They'll get around people and say, yeah, oh, yeah, I dealt with people in GOCC. You know, they say they eat pork. They'll sit there and lie to people, folks. No, we're Israelites. We follow God's law. But what they don't want to say is they have a problem with us because we teach all nations. Kick rocks. Why? Because you have no power over us. We're doing what you can't. Okay, why? And I'm saying this right now because I know they look at our lessons. And I'm saying this right now. You complain about every nation and what they do. And the Most High have given you the authority to look them straight in their eyes and tell them the truth according to prophecy. And a lot of you have done that well. Okay, no problem with that. You've done that well. But now you have the courage to look them right in the eye and let them know to do what's right and follow God's law. Now, how does that benefit an Israelite? Do you want to complain about what the other nations are doing? Do you want them to be out there lawless just so that you can claim that this is how they are? Or do you want to stand in position as an ambassador for the kingdom and show them what's right, knowing that it will affect your people positively if they know the law? Do you really care about your people? Because now if I tell a white man according to the law what the law is and he do what's wrong, now guess what? I can say, guess what? You had your opportunity. You can kick rocks too. See how that works? So I'm beyond this thing arguing this stupid conversation about whether or not Gentiles can learn the Bible. Okay? And again, see, I'm not the one, because what they'll try to do is they'll throw salvation in there because the Bible says salvation is of the Jews. I know the scripture because I taught it. Well, you're trying to say the Gentiles have salvation. Listen, kick rocks with that, because I'm not going to let you frame that. Okay? If the Gentiles are going into slavery or servitude, they must be saved to do so. Period. So you can call it whatever you want. Save means salvation, but I'm not going to frame it the way you would like to. You saying salvation is of the, you saying the Gentiles can have salvation? Why would I fall into that stupid trap when I know salvation is of the Jews? Because that's the scripture you're about to go to. see how that works? But you can't tell me that Gentiles cannot make it teaching a doctrine that they're going into slavery. Well, someone must live to go into slavery, so they're saved. See? And what they try to do is what? They try to spar with people outside of their weight class. See? That's what they spar with. So let's go. Let's finish reading that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
It says, their station in society as well as their condition is one of inferiority. Their freedom consists mainly in deliverance from compulsory labor. The real estate owned by them taking the whole population is very trifling. Their personal property is something greater, but as a class, they are poor. Here and there one may be found cultivating his own land for support, but the mass are hired servants, waiters in private and public houses, stewards and cooks and common hands on board steamboats, in merchant vessels. Some few on board men of war, mechanics, tradesmen, shopkeepers, porters, draymen, hour and day laborers, hewers of wood and drawers of water.
Elder Lawya, you check that out?
Yes, sir.
So we are everything. We had to be. That's what slaves were. See? I'm going to show you how even through a bad situation, the Most High educated us above all people. Because the best education has always been what? The best education, Lawya, has always been experience. See? Esau started panicking. Like, hold up here. If we let them out of slavery, what of the labor? What of the ingenuity? What of the intelligence? What of the culture? We're about to lose control because we're everything. A matter of fact, they'll look at what we're doing and then they'll go into their colleges, folks, and make that a major or a minor for a degree. That's how a lot of their colleges were constructed based on what they were observing us doing naturally. Our best musicians didn't go to college. Then Esau's listening to it. Like, maybe we can put this in a 4-step bar and see, and we'll play it, we'll learn it, and then we'll get the spirit. We'll put in quarter bars. If we can see it, then we'll be able to what? Mimic it. But guess what? Guess what's missing? The soul. So a lot of their schools, folks, that they say you go to get a degree, they just started what? Charging people. They called it trades college and all of that. Well, who was a tradesman? Everything. Look at the daycare centers. You drop your children off from daycare. Who was the daycare when we were brought over here in slavery, folks? We were. Our mothers. Our daughters. The greatest nurturers. That's the whole concept that daycare centers came out of. The trendsetters. Till this day, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Talking about his secret recipe. His secret recipe was going back there seeing what sisters was doing with that chicken. All right. Mm-hmm. Now, Elder Lawya, we're going to come back with part 2 because we're going to bring it up to real turnaround. We're going to bring this around full circle with the fact that they never stopped watching us. And they're scared. So scared that they shut down the whole earth with a false flag. All right. Elder Lawya will be right back in a moment, but while he's gone, real quick, let me just make a quick announcement before jumping right back in with part 2. All right. And thanks again for all your support. You know we love you. Brothers and sisters, are we in for a deep 2026? For the first time in our Hebrew and Bible Academy, we're going to hit them a little different this time. We're going to go 12 full weeks focusing on Babylon. The concept, the political construct. So you'll understand what we're up against with this New World Order. Also, the science of Babylon that have been perfected through these so-called data centers. They're turning the whole earth into one machine against God. We're going to talk about that in the next academy. Yes, brothers and sisters, this is going to be something else. Folks, I'm going to tell you, I'm totally hype about this next academy. The Seed and the Serpent, tracing the war between truth and deception, from Eden to Revelation. From the beginning, a war was declared. 2 seeds, 2 kingdoms, 2 destinies. Join us for an in-depth journey through scripture as we uncover the origins, rise, and final defeat of deception, and the ultimate victory of truth. Week 1, the beginning of the war. Genesis 3:15, the first prophecy, folks. Let me tell you, it's way deeper with Adam and Eve than most will understand. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, Satan wanted to use Adam and Eve for a shortcut. That's why the Most High put them out of the garden. If they would have taken, that's right, that fruit, the tree of life, they would have become immortal, gods. That's right. Satan wanted to use them to stop the earth from progressing going forward before they would have children. I'm going to be talking about that. The whole concept of witches to undermine men, to destroy men. That's right, folks. The archetype was Eve in her carnal state, until the Most High brought back balance. Okay, the whole concept of deception and undermining, Jezebel, all that's wrong with women in the earth was Eve until the Most High brought balance. We're going to talk about that. The rise of rebellion, week 2. Cain corruption in the first false way. We're going into the city of Nod. And again, Adam and Eve had sons and daughters. Cain and Abel weren't the only children. Okay. Week 3, before the flood, the days of Noah and the global corruption. We're going to take 2 and 3 together, Elder Lawya, like I've mentioned. All right.
Yes, sir.
Then after that, we're going to deal with this side of the flood. One language, one rebellion. Nimrod and the Tower of Babel. So everything in the Sumerian text concerning what happened on earth with the fallen gods, folks, it's from the earthy perspective. And yes, it's true. They recorded, the Sumerian text of Babylon recorded the flood and all that and what happened to the people or the gods who preserved the flood. I'm going to show you that. And Nimrod and all that, all of them are remnants of those who were able to what? Redo the city of Cain on this side of the earth. We're even going to show you some comparisons in the book of Enoch to show you the characters of the Sumerian gods. Okay? Outright. Like there's an Egyptian god or a Sumerian god, Thoth. They talk about Thoth, the one who taught language and all that, who was celestial. Well, really, they use Thoth from Enoch. So a lot of Gentiles with different languages, they have what? The information that's within the Hebrew text, but they're calling it under a different language after the Tower of Babel. We're going to explain that. Week 5, the birth of the mystery religion. We're going to focus week 5 on the similarities of all the Gentile religions that came from the Tower of Babel. And those same people from those religions are being used against us today with immigration. That's right. That's why we're connecting all the dots for you. They're not just bringing some people in who are dreamers. They're coming with a philosophy from ancient Babylon for the final spiritual cataclysm against Judah here in America. We're going to talk about that. Egypt, Canaan, and corrupted worship. We'll probably infuse these two because I want to do a real good lesson on Christianity. So week 5 and week 6 right here, we're going to fuse together when it's talking about the gods of the nations also. Week 7, Israel's greatest battle, mixing holy things with pagan things. We're going to show you the Roman religions and what day they worship and what gods are behind their religion. And we're going to show you, and we're going to just suppose it up against what? The holy days written in the Bible. For a long time, brothers and sisters, right? In the Hebrew Bible Academy, we talk about what's wrong with the pagan Gentiles and their worships, but we seldom go into the law to show you, okay, here's the laws of God according to the holy days and why they're so important. Okay, so we're going to parallel them. Here are the Gentile, pagan, Christian religion worships, but here are the true worships according to the Bible. And we'll do that, mixing holy things with pagan things. Satan just mixed the two. All right. And we're here to get it right. The kingdoms of prophecy, Daniel's visions, and the rise of world empires. We're going to go into the wars according to who? Daniel. End time wars. We're going to just focus on end time wars within the book of Daniel. The woman and the beast. Mother of harlots, mystery Babylon revealed. You know what? Week 9. Week 9 is when we're going to do Christianity. Focuses on the woman and the beast, the mother of harlots. 10, the mark of allegiance, worship, control, and the beast system. We're going into the mark of the beast and showing you that, guess what? It's here. Come out of her. separating from Babylon. What does separating means? When the whole earth will endure the pains that's coming. What did Christ mean by stand in the holy place? He that have an ear, let him hear. Hey, you must be here when we break this down. Okay, folks. Matter of fact, wait for the academy. I got to get back into the lesson. I'm not going to go too far. The final victory, the return of Christ and the end of Babylon. How Christ take down Babylon, starting with Rome. You don't want to miss the next academy. It's going to be, brothers and sisters, off the chains. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. And yes, you will not regret attending this particular 12 weeks of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
All right, jumping right in for the sake of time. Let's go. They examine us. They examine us coming out of slavery. And you would think that, something changed. But what happens? In 2017, the Gentiles started putting what? Esau started putting emphasis on what they once dismissed or ignored. Right? At first, they was dismissing the awakening of Israelites, saying, oh, it's a cult. Right? Oh, it's a cult. And I'm still waiting for someone to give me the definition of what a cult is. And how can you parallel that with the people who are claiming to be the people of the Bible? What does one have to do with the other? So shaming tactics aren't going to work anymore. They tried it, and the people still began to do what? Wake up. Right? Now, hold on. There's one thing I want to grab. Hold on. I want to show y'all something. 1 second. Let me get this. Hold on 1 second. Bear with me, folks. Let me get this here. Okay, that's it right here. Right in queue. Right in queue, right there. Oh, yeah, I have it now. Now, Elder Lawya, here it is right here. Right? Out of nowhere, the Christian Research Institute started putting resources into figuring out what's going on with this Israelite thing, because now it's actually disturbing the political landscape. The control they once had with our people coming out of slavery through Reconstruction and others, right? They started losing that control. Because with the church, they could galvanize us emotionally to what? To serve their what? Their political agendas, to serve their political advantages. They could trigger us by using the church like they did through civil rights. But something has changed. They got all this race stuff going on, and our people aren't reacting like we used to. And a lot of the Democrats and others are wondering why. The awakening. The awakening. we started to realize that they have us in a loop like a hamster on a trail. Like, hold up, every election season, there's a racial story that triggers us emotionally. And we say, nah, we're not engaged. But I believe that the reason why we are spiritually detaching, it comes with the fact that we are what? We're connecting back to the God who once cursed us and are now delivering his people. Right? So check this out, Lawya. In 2017, now check out the chronology of this. Check out the events based on timeline, and you'll know that they're doing this out of fear of the awakening. Everything we're seeing in the earth politically is because of the awakening, folks. Because you found out that you're not just black or Negro or North American Indian or Dominican or Jamaican, because you found out your true origin is why they've sped all technology up, leading to a one world currency so that they can do what? Identify the enemy all at once and eliminate it. Check out the chronology of this, Elder Lawya. The origin and insufficiency of the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. So this is they were dismissing it at first in 2017. The insufficiency of the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. Now, what were they doing with this? Black people, black pastors started losing members who found out who they were, started coming back to the Sabbath and following God's law. Many of our people began to walk out of the black church in number. So what they do is what they do through academia, through their white papers, they started printing things to give preachers, black preachers in our community, talking points. So that in the event to stop the bleeding, right? So they wanted to give preachers talking points. And guess what? If the preachers cannot control their people, then guess what? The enemy cannot control us through the churches anymore. So what I read here is what they were doing to keep the control. Right? So if they start, because what? All the political agendas were always signaled through the churches from the pulpit. Now they don't know what we're doing. Right? Even the Democrat hold positions, being Democrats, were driven from the pulpit. Right? From pastors. Right? The origin and inefficiency of the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, so they trying to dismiss it. Well, if it's insufficient, if it's nothing, why are you talking about it? But Elder Lawya, I'm going to have you hear, along with the sisters, what they're saying here. And I have a bunch of scriptures that are going to pop out, but anything that pops out with you, right? Make sure you write it down so that we can actually just go over it based on any point. And I'm going to allow this audio to give us the insight within this article. Now, this article came out, brothers and sisters, 2017. Right? Listen to this. They wrote a journal on the awakening.
The Origin and Insufficiency of the Black Hebrew Israelite Movement by Jimmy Butts, read by Christina Wintersteller. Synopsis. Similar to the early church, African American Christianity historically has focused more on survival in the midst of persecution and oppression rather than systematizing doctrine. This historical context left both groups vulnerable to false teaching. However, just as the early church birthed theologians and apologists to respond to these new challenges, African Americans have come to a point in their history where there is a need for a response to teachings that have capitalized on their vulnerability. The Black Hebrew Israelites is one group that has infiltrated Black communities.
So let's unpack it one piece at a time. Now they're talking about you, folks. What y'all? Bad slave. Okay, they're talking about you. You're thinking on your own now. Bad slave. So check it out. Let's unpack it, Elder. Similar to the early church, African American Christianity historically has focused more on survival in the midst of persecution and oppression rather than systematizing doctrine. This historical context left both groups vulnerable to false teaching. However, just as the early church birthed theologians and apologetics to respond to these new challenges, so why does the apologetics exist, folks? To keep the slave pastors in order. To keep the slave pastors in order, like they used to do in this book. So when you hear about apologetics, they're not for the gospel, folks. They are a political driven faction of Jesuits paid in control to keep control over our community. And this is why they're panicking. Because if they don't have no control, they become useless also. Like, hold up, Billy. Hold up, Billy and Jimmy. I paid you to keep these Negroes in control. What's going on? Check 1 2. All right, that's working now. All right, Samson. Check. All right, there it is. All right. Sorry about that, folks. This thing just started wigging out for no reason at all. Right? All right. Boom. All right. We're back. We are back. All right, Elder Lawyer. I don't know what part was missed, so let's start it from the beginning again.
Yes, sir.
All right.
The Origin and Insufficiency of the Black Hebrew Israelite Movement by Jimmy Butts, read by Christina Wintersteller. Synopsis. Similar to the early church, African American Christianity historically has focused more on survival in the midst of persecution and oppression rather than systematizing doctrine. This historical context left both groups vulnerable to false teaching. However, just as the early church birthed theologians and apologists to respond to these new challenges, African Americans have come to a point in their history where there is a need for a response to teachings that have capitalized on their vulnerability.
So we're doing this, Elder, because there's a need for us to capitalize on our vulnerability.
Right.
What's wrong? The Democrats and the liberals, they continually capitalize off of our vulnerability. Right? We shall overcome, and then we start marching, and then you bring trans rights and teen trans and call them minorities. Disabled white people you call minorities. Oh, so you're supposed to benefit off of our vulnerabilities, right? So that's a problem for them, right? So let's hear what else they got.
The Black Hebrew Israelites is one group that has...
Go ahead.
Yeah, what they're saying essentially is that Black Christianity, African American Christianity, has been inadequate in dealing with quote unquote biblical Christianity, because Black Christians more so focus on pain and suffering and the things we've suffered in this country, opposed to actually dealing with quote unquote the Bible and the doctrines of salvation and things of that nature. So because of that inadequacy, it makes it more vulnerable to doctrines such as the Hebrew Israelites and other, Black ideologies that may come and actually address some of the pain and the hurt we've suffered in this country, the hell we've suffered in this country, which is what quote unquote, I guess what they would call mainstream Christianity is missing. It don't really address any of the things that we're suffering and are dealing with in this country.
So that's a good point then. The fact that our people have been searching through religion, through our Christianity, the reason to why we've been dejected, suffering, and all this compared to other people without receiving answers.
Exactly. There you have it.
Which left a void for they claim for the Black Israelites. So if only the Christians could tell us the truth that we're Israelites. See, they think, okay, well, so I've seen apologetics try this too, Elder. They would try to come around by saying, well, Black people need Black representation. So that's right. So they need biblical Black representations and so to keep them in the church. So let's give them Moses' wife, the Ethiopian.
Right.
Let's throw them a black bone. Okay. They just want to know that they matter. Then they have these nut jobs running around. Oh yeah, Blacks need to understand that they're the Ethiopians Moses married. No. What about saying that we are the people of Moses? So they started what? They started trying to flatter by saying, listen, we need to give them some black people. And they know it's not just that, but this is when they started what? They started morphing their ideology. Folks, and I'm going to go into this soon. Do you know the Jehovah's Witnesses flipped their whole doctrine around now? Everything. The whole Jehovah's Witness doctrine have been flipped. Women can wear pants now. You can wear tattoos now. You just can't shun people. You can deal with your family now. There is some resurrection and hope for people that they claim there was no hope for now. That's a whole nother thing. But it still goes into the fact that, Elder, you know how many Jehovah's Witnesses are in this church here?
Right.
So they're placating to a demographic they're losing. Right? They're placating. They're actually trying to compromise. But y'all lost, folks. There is no winning because the Israelites has awakened. But let's finish hearing this. But thank you, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Infiltrated black communities to preach a gospel that is contrary to Scripture. A familiarity with the history of African American Christianity will shed light on the origins of this movement. Tracing the Exodus.
And to say this, Lawya, sir.
Yeah.
To say this, there are some teachings out there that are contrary to the gospel.
Yeah,
coming from Israelites.
That is correct.
We don't disagree with that.
That is correct. So what the masters are doing, the Jesuit masters, they're coming through with some straightening now. But it's too late. You let the buffoonery and the foolishness go on because what? It benefited your political agendas. It benefited what? You utilizing the ignorance so that you can show forth yourself as a higher class of people without correcting the foolishness there. It was okay when you sat back by themselves, quietly amongst their own families, and laughed at the foolishness they seen us, that they witnessed on TV with our people in these churches. They laughed and sniggled and all of that. And guess what, folks? Elder, there was no memo. There was no conversation, no nothing. That's how you know there's spiritual intervention. Something happened where black men all together came to the consensus and understanding not to go there anymore. They think it's the Hebrew Israelites. And no. Men understand when we're getting disrespected and discarded. They're trying to get, men understood this, there's nothing here for me. There's nothing here for me. That's why men, because usually if you're in the world, whatever the case is, hey, if I want to straighten out my life, I know exactly where to go. And I know where to go get a good, wholesome woman who fears God, that what? That I would what? That I can actually see her as a virtuous woman whom my children can learn from. Men was like, well, listen, I can go to the church. There's good women there. Right? At one time, it was that way. These women had fear in them that you had to raise your standards to be around one of them. Right? Altogether, men came to a consensus that the Christian church no longer serves men. Well, you're going to go a place you're not getting nothing out of it for. And then the doctrine is whack. Okay? It's one thing they got to sit there and hear this crap just to be in a relationship to some degree. Not saying all, because there are some great pastors out there with some good messages. I'm just not going to dismiss all of them. There are some good men. My pastor, Bishop William Little, was one of them, who truly cared for the community. But there was something for a young man to aspire to what? To walk into. Well, when pastor passed, I know I can jump in as deacon and continue his legacy. There was always something a young man can look to aspire to be like within the Christian church. And then it was cut off. 501c3 came on its own. Then they started letting gays and women run amok. They started getting their committees and coming together under 501c3 to overthrow the male authority and begin to dismantle the male authority in the church and kick pastors out who was trying to keep the traditions of men in charge alive within our communities. Because from that pulpit spurned politicians, teachers, principals, men of authority and or respect came from one building. You take that black pastor out of the way and you take the whole authority of the community out of the way. So these women and gays came together in these committees and began to vote out the male authority. And then there was an epidemic out of nowhere of women pastors just started popping up out of nowhere, and we weren't having it. We weren't having it. So for them to just try to claim this is an Israelite thing, folks, it's a God thing. If you go against the authority on earth, you are what? You are in rebellion against the authority in heaven. There is no woman in authority. There's no feminine spirit in authority over up in heaven. So men, without having one conversation, just stop going because we realize it don't serve us. And there was no conversation or nothing, but we've come to the consensus that something happened in the spirit where the Most High began to move men to become observers. No, you don't got to participate, just look. All right? So let's finish listening. So now, let's see what their answers are now.
Attacks left both groups vulnerable to false teaching. However, just as the early church birthed theologians and apologists to respond to these new challenges, African Americans have come to a point in their history where there is a need for a response to teachings that have capitalized on their vulnerability. The Black Hebrew Israelites is one group that has infiltrated Black communities to preach a gospel that is contrary to Scripture.
Hold up, Elder Lawya, I'm offended. You mean to tell me, Elder, we infiltrated the Black community?
Right.
Or are we a product of the Black community? See, and that's dismissive.
Right.
That's
exactly.
That's dismissive to say that we infiltrated the Black community. No, we were born in the Black community. You have no problem with a Black guy who becomes a Muslim, a Black Muslim in the Black community. Where's the infiltration there? Or if he become a Black atheist and believe nothing, is that an infiltration? So now we're some outside thing who came into the Black community and infiltrated, not the imams and all that they planted in our neighborhoods to undermine our people. Now we're the infiltrators now. You know why?
Right.
Because now we have, through the Spirit of the Almighty, people, not just our people, questioning the status quo. All right? Okay, let's hear more of Miss Ann, if you will. So, Elder Lawya, you infiltrated the black community, bro. Let's do it.
A familiarity
You
with
sure
the
it wasn't
history
the
of
Jehovah's
African
Witnesses with the
American
watchtowers knocking on doors? They wasn't infiltrating the black community?
Say that again.
The Mormons on bikes riding through the hood, they wasn't infiltrating the black community?
Great point. The Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, disturbing people. We got our bacon in the frying pan and somebody knocking on the door. Come on, man. I'm going to burn my bacon. Right? So no one is infiltrating but us. The people who was born out of chattel slavery, who have suffered since the slave ships, have now become the infiltrators? Right? So, hey, this is quite interesting. Right? Fair use. Oh, yeah. We got some good stuff for y'all tonight, brothers and sisters. We have some good stuff. Miss Ann is going to tell you about yourself.
Will shed light on the origins of this movement. Tracing the Exodus motif in early...
That's another way of dismissing our claims as Israelites. This is not a movement. Okay? Movements come and go. This is our ethnicity. Okay? This is who we are according to bloodline. You cannot make a bloodline, a genealogy, a bloodline, a movement. This is not the Black Panthers. That's a movement. Black Lives Matter. That's a movement. But you see how they're trying to minimize who we are prophetically? Let me tell you, if we told people that being Jewish was a movement, they would call us, they would say you're anti-Semitic. So we're not going for it anymore.
African American Christianity reveals that the claims of Black Hebrews originate from a shift from a symbolic to literal identification with the biblical Hebrews. Furthermore, the claim that all African Americans are Hebrews ignores the historical and scientifically verifiable fact that African slaves were brought from a multitude of diverse countries in Africa. Consequently, the Black Hebrew doctrine conflicts with the ethnic diversity of African Americans.
No, it doesn't. Here are the talking points they have out there for slaves. And mainly, these are Jewish people telling us how Christian pastors should view the Israelite Awakening. Let's straighten that part out. Furthermore, the claim that all African Americans are Hebrew ignores the historical and scientifically verifiable fact that African slaves were brought from a multitude of diverse countries. She's just talking. Because where's the science? Where's the historical and scientific verification she's claiming here? They never do it. You know why they don't open up the can of worms, but yet they'll lie? Because if they open up the historical and scientific verification, then guess what? That opens it up for scrutiny. And then it opens up for a counter discussion where we must bring what? History and science. They don't want that conversation openly. How many times I sat with a rabbi who said he's going to be back next week? It's been what, 3 years since that rabbi said he'll be here next week? Because I brought the scientific proof. I brought the verifiable history for the world to see. And you know what he did? That's right. He got caught in the wind. I haven't seen him. Matter of fact, since that broadcast, that rabbi that was out there, I haven't seen him on any platform since he told me he was going to come back next week on a Wednesday. I think they yanked his credentials. But again, furthermore, the claim of all African Americans are Hebrews don't ignore anything. I can show you according to your history books that you know we're Israelites. Scientifically is the reason why you are not allowed to do DNA testing in the country, the new country, the state of Israel today. A matter of fact, I can go to where rabbis told people in South Africa, that's right, folks. You got the Limba, and you also have the Igbos, and told them that you are the physical Israelites. This was a Jewish man who said this. Then he asked them, but do you want to become Jews or Jewish? So, I mean, let me tell you, they're completely wasting their times with these lies anymore. They're not sticking. And guess what? They know these lies aren't sticking. This is 2017. Because this lie didn't work, I'm going to show you what they did next. We're going to play it all the way through, Elder, and then we can respond.
Considering life's most ultimate question, how do I get right with God? The Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine is impotent. Pauline soteriology rejects any claim of advantage before God based on ethnic identification or attempts to keep the law of Moses. Although Black Hebraism addresses important issues in Black communities, their worldview is founded on an unstable foundation.
Christ is our
Many
foundation.
religious philosophies flourish because Christians do not give adequate attention to them. One apologist stated that, quote, the cults are the unpaid bills of the church, unquote. Theologically conservative Christians tend to ignore the religious movement known as the Black Hebrew Israelite.
Elder Lawya, at any time, if you would like me to stop it for something that you want to expound on, let me know, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There were a few things, but
okay.
You can keep going.
All right. Or anytime, just tell me to pause when you get if it's shifted somewhere else before you make your point, or you want to hear it through and write it all down and respond afterwards. It's entirely up to you. Okay.
Yes, sir. In fact, I'll do just one for now. The thing on the Pauline, where it says Pauline soteriology rejects any claim of advantage before God based on ethnic identification or attempts to keep the law of Moses. All right, that's multi-layered, but I'll read one scripture if you don't mind.
Okay.
One scripture if you don't mind.
And you're doing this off of their assertion of what they claim the Israelites are. The Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine is impotent, as she claimed. Pauline soteriology rejects any claim of advantage before God based on ethnic identification or attempts to keep the law of Moses. What you got on that?
Yes, sir. Romans 3:1.
Romans 3, verse 1. So she's saying it's wrong identifying as an Israelite according to doctrine, correct?
Yeah, what she's saying is that when soteriology, the teaching of salvation, so Pauline salvation rejects any claim of advantage before God based on ethnic identification, meaning that Paul's teaching on salvation teaches against the idea that one has an advantage based on their ethnicity. Now, again, it's multi-layered. I'm going to get one scripture, but I'm going to make a point as well.
Okay.
In fact, I'll make the point first. Number one, we don't believe that just because you're an Israelite, you're going to receive salvation. Let's make that clear. The scriptures say that he that believes not only keeps the commandments, but also has faith in Christ, that is the Israelite that will receive salvation. However, we'd be wrong if we say that the Bible does not highlight the fact that God has a specific, special, chosen people, and that people, according to Paul, the same person you're trying to quote, saying that Paul does not teach salvation based on the advantage of ethnicity. That same Paul said this in Romans 3:1.
Let's read it.
What advantage then hath the Jew? So the Jew does have an advantage. Or what profit is there of circumcision? Much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God.
Thank you. So she lied on Paul. She lied on Paul. Right? So thank you. So there is an advantage according to God, and they lied in this article here. That's a lie. There is an advantage being a Jew or an Israelite according to Paul. Great point.
Right. But again, we don't teach that just because you're an Israelite. I want to make that clear as well, because I know how they deal. We don't teach that just because you're an Israelite, you're going to be saved. That's not biblical.
Exactly. And so when it says all Israel shall be saved, it's not saying, not stating you're being saved because you are an Israelite.
Exactly. Exactly.
Only those in Christ who are Israelites will be saved.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Of awareness has caused groups such as the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Gods and Earths, Rastafarians, and the Black Hebrews to infiltrate Black communities to draw away members from a predominantly Christian demographic. These facts give impetus to the present endeavor to engage with the claims of the Hebrew Israelites from a Christian perspective. Scholars have varying perspectives in regard to the origin of this movement. Tudor Parfit, Emeritus Professor of Modern Jewish Studies at the University of London, provides two theories for the rise of Black Hebraism.
They study you in colleges.
First, he argues that Black Hebrew identity was constructed on Africans by Europeans who adhered to color prejudice. The early European travels in Africa gave rise to the myth of Hebrew African identity based on the presupposition that Africans could not develop advanced societies. Therefore, the explanation for such societies was the presence of Hebrews. He suggests that the bias influenced how Europeans interpreted the culture and physical distinctions of Africans. Quote, Jews were considered to be black, to have a number of African physical qualities, and ultimately to have a good deal of African blood. Similarly, Black Africans in the 19th century and before, in a vast and extraordinary number of cases, were thought to be Jews, and indeed to have both Jewish characteristics and to be descended from the ancient Israelite stock, unquote. Although he contends that this attitude was birthed from a European conception of African inferiority, Parfit also cites an ancient writer named Sulpicius Severus, circa AD 360 to circa 425, who claimed that Ethiopians and Indians descended from the Jews. In fact, he quotes many writers from the medieval period onward who assert that Jews were black or have very dark skin. However, he insists that the modern identification as Hebrews of some among the African diaspora was partially the result of the racial construct based on assumptions about African culture. Second, Parfit contends that Hebrew identity was constructed by members of the African diaspora for psychological resistance toward racism. He claims that, quote, both Africans and African Americans appropriated and advocated Judaism, Jewishness, Jewish history, and often an Israelite bloodline in their attempts to counter oppression, gain approval, recreate lost history, revolt against white authority, and forge new, more useful identities, unquote. Blacks claim Jewish racial identity to escape the stigma that came with being regarded as black. A different perspective
You anything on that, Lawya?
Yes, sir. Just earlier he mentioned, and I know it's a woman's voice, but it's actually a black man wrote this article.
Yeah, it's a black guy.
He states that there's no historical proof. Early he states, what is this here? Furthermore, the claim that African Americans are Hebrews ignores historical and scientifically verifiable facts. And then he starts to quote facts from history that states that Jews were black, or at least people of color. So we're not ignoring anything. In fact, these sources he brought up, some of which state that the Jews were black, or people of color at least.
He contradicted his own points. He contradicted them. Because the history... Go ahead, Lawya.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying, we're looking at some of the same points or some of the same historical so-called facts that he brought out. We're looking at some of the same things and drawing conclusions. History states that Jews were black. So what's wrong with us looking at that history and drawing some conclusions? The same way he did. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
There you go. So we can draw conclusions, can't we? All you slaves are running out off the plantation. You're not supposed to be able to, make educated decisions for yourself. Right? But again, it didn't work. Now, I'm going to actually listen to the whole thing on Patreon this week. Friday, I'm going through the whole thing. For the sake of time, I'm going to read the whole thing. We're going to hear it all the way through, but it didn't work. 2017, they tried to put something out to dismiss the awakening, and guess what? It fell flat. So the same people, Elder Lawya, came back, what? 2 years later in 2019 and began to poll black people in America under the Christian Lifeway research. Folks, let me tell you, folks, they are obsessed with this awakening and what's going on and how we're responding to the world's politics. It has alarmed them because usually they were able to take the temperature, or they were able to understand the level of control they had over us by tallying or by referencing and going by what was happening within the Christian church. It gave them a barometer of what was going on with our people culturally or what have you, on whether or not they should be concerned about something happening with us, a rebellion, whatever the case is, whether it be going against government, whether it be thinking contrary to what they would like us to think politically. Well, folks, they used to be able to take tabs by checking in with the Christian church. But they have lost that. They have no idea how to control us anymore. So it fell flat to the point where they had to poll black people in America, and it was sponsored by, they even paid for it, by the Philos Project. They said we need to look further into this. Dismissing this Israelite awakening is hurting us because the black people aren't listening to us anymore. They're not listening. So then they came up with a study. Why do they care about our attitudes towards the white people who claim to be Israel? Why would they care about this? They did a study on it. What is a black man's attitude towards Jewish people? And why do Christians, how can Christians support such a study when the state of Israel are predominantly Jewish with an antichrist religion of Judaism? Why would they care about black people's sentiments towards white Jews? Right?
Right.
So they did a study here. Christians, folks. So I'm going to show you. They went all the way down. They wanted to know, where do we get our news? What TV shows we watch in percentages? Look. Let me tell you, boy. Let me tell you, this awakening have them shook, folks. They wanted to ask your family and friends, what social media do you look at? YouTube? How often do you look at YouTube? See? They wanted to find out where we losing these people at. They wanted to know what sites we visit online. Do you read the New York Times? What percentages? And then 68% carefully now follow changes in U.S. domestic policy. So this is where they started getting what? They started getting alarmed to realize that we weren't just community oriented. We started caring about what? We started caring about national issues outside of our community. Like how these Negroes are thinking outside of their own community now. Right? At one point, we could control them. You see, Elder Lawya, I'm going to show you where they made the greatest mistake. One of their greatest mistakes, I'm going to show you where they lost control. When they started funding the mega churches, which in effect destroyed the community churches. right? When they went in that mega church thing, because the community was grassroots. At least they had what? They had power within the community they could still control through the community pastors. But when they allowed that mega church crap to happen, guess what? It broke, because all the affluent blacks wanted to go where what? Where the prestigious blacks were, where the money was. So it took all of the people who were role models out of the community churches so that they can what? They can lock arms with their peers who were affluent, leaving the poor to fend on their own without anyone to look up to. And that's the danger of the mega churches. They take all of the people who would be role models out of the community. See that? And who did they replace the pastors with? Women. This is why you think it was some type of crazed freak show, whatever, shouting and all that back then. Can you imagine what's going on in the church now with women in control? So they wanted to know about you. They started asking, and Elder Lawya, here it is. They found out that 59% of those black folk follow changes in the United States foreign policy. They was like, hold up, these blacks, they're predominantly Democrat, but they're not just dealing with these racial politics anymore. Why are they interested in what's going on overseas? So we started investigating foreign policy, right? Right? 36% say that the U.S. does too much to try to solve the world's problems. We started looking at our people and started asking, why are you supporting Israel, the state of Israel, a foreign country over there, with our black communities that are suffering right here? We started asking questions. What makes them so important that you'll put all of our hard-earned money and our tax money? We're still trying to find out who FICA is. And you're going to take all of our money and give it to some foreigners that wouldn't spit on us if we were on fire? So we started asking questions, and it alarmed them. They was like, hold up, we got black people looking into what we doing overseas. And folks, I'm going to tell you, guess who opened up all of that to begin to look beyond our current society? I'm going to tell you, Malcolm was one. Malcolm went over there and said, man, listen, what they're telling us, the world is entirely different outside of how they framing it here. Islam isn't a black man's religion. He says, I was sitting there next to that Kaaba stone, that rock, with white, blonde hair and blue-eyed Muslims. Malcolm started saying, man, let me tell you, they're keeping us in a bubble over here. But I'm going to tell you who've done it currently. The Israelites. Me included. Because you cannot take hold of this Bible and stay what? Stay concealed to what? A minimal view of existence. The Bible opens us up to the world. When viewed properly. It opens us to the world. Once we broke the Christian theology, the slave doctrine that was given us, the Bible opened our eyes to the world. Right? So listen, it's more. This is them polling the tribe of Judah in America, folks. 42% perceive the country of Israel as the least somewhat positive. 32% are not sure. So 42% say, the country of Israel is at least somewhat positive. So we started looking at this and saying, I don't see no benefit of this country for me when our people are suffering. But then they're concerned about this 32%. Because the regular person who's trying to struggle in our community, you come and poll us and be like, man, what do the state of Israel, a bunch of you white folk running around in the Middle East have to do with me? And the suffering of my people. Like, what are you asking me this question for? A lot of our people don't, they never been to Canada, and Canada is connected to America, let alone thinking about what's happening over in the Middle East. Right? So they started polling us, right? They started asking us, and all of a sudden, all of the questions shifted to the white people who just went to Israel in 1948, which means this is their major concern with our people. How do we view them as Israelites in the land? Did we buy their restoration story that was peddled to our Christian pastors? They wanted to know, did we still believe that? Right? 31% say the U.S. is doing the right amount to help Israel. But 35% are not sure. Because why? Why are you asking me about helping another country with another people that has nothing to do with me while my people suffer? A matter of fact, we started asking, why are you talking about this country in our churches while my people suffer? Right? This is 2019 now. They asked black people, the tribe of Judah, which of the following have influenced your opinions about Israel? So what shapes how do you see us and what you're looking at to shape your opinion on white Jews? Are you looking at the media? 46% say the media is shaping opinion. Look at this. I know this scared them, Elder Lawya. 24% said the Bible. That the influence shaped on how blacks in America view white Jews in Israel, 24% of the people polled stated the Bible gives what? Blacks our opinion on how we should view you. Well, that's a problem for them. And you may ask why. Because when black people are walking around, they seeing some guys with what I have on my head and Bibles open saying that they're not the people, we are. That's a problem.
Right.
And guess what? The Mormons and all these others, they're going to go back to Utah, wherever they come from. You cannot take the black Israelite or the Hebrew Israelite out of his community because he was born of the community. He made the community. So when the Mormons go home, we're there. So here it is. They're sitting around a table, folks. All of these whites, Christians and white Jews and all that. And some of our people, they're looking at all this data and trying to figure out what to do with it. Right? And they're really alarmed with what? The not sure. Because a not sure people means what? These people aren't under the control of anything. Eventually, they'll be influenced by those Israelites. Okay, what else they want to? What else they going to ask the Negroes? Right? The tribe of Judah. 34% say the media has most influenced their views about Israel. 17% say the Bible, and 26% says not sure. So I'm going to tell you, folks, and I'm going to leave y'all with answering the question. Why how we view what's going on over there? Why is that so important to them? They're not asking anybody, other people, but us. Why is it so important? 7 out of 10 say that they sympathize equally with the hardships of Israelis and Palestinians face. Right? So they're asking us about foreign policy. 26% believe the news sources they follow are objective towards Israel. 52% supports Israel statehood. They have a problem with that because at one time, it was all of the black church that supported it. Man, they were afraid when they seen this. So you had some people they polled who said, no, we don't support what y'all doing over there. And then it's going to get to the final question that they really wanted to ask. Which is the following? I'm going to get there in a moment. Which of the following, if any, are reasons you support Israel's statehood? They're so concerned about our support for this. Why, folks? Why at this time they were polling? Because it's Christians within America that drives the politics that leads to the funding that goes over in the Middle East for those people. It was the Christian theology that had us believe that what? We were responsible for supporting them. So if we get voted into any political position, automatically AIPAC or any other come to us and say, will you support us? Well, based on our theology, if we were predominantly Christians, it would be anti-Bible not to support them. See that? So this was about politics for them. Our core belief in believing that white people were the Jews and went over there and had the restoration according to prophecy is to why we sympathized and got into office and passed laws for them to get billions and billions of dollars to fund their wars. See? I think a light went on over someone's head right now. It's all politics for them. They understand. Right. By studying us, they realize that we as a people, we're moved by our core belief in God, and that transferred to everything in our lives, including politics. See? So then they say, hold up, we're losing them. 49% that most important reason to support Israel is that it's right to exist. Every people have a right to exist. What is this right to exist stuff? Who says that they don't have a right to exist? But you can exist in the country you came from before 1948. Weren't you existing before you went in there? So if you don't agree with the wars, to them, guess what? It's interpreted to them that they don't have a right to live. That's how insane some of these talking points are. No, you have a right to live where you came from. Right? So what type of, because automatically it's a loaded question. Do you support Israel's right to exist? That's loaded. What I'm going to say, no, you shouldn't exist? No.
Exactly.
I believe we should exist. What about our right to exist? Would you putting all these people next to us that's causing all these criminalities and our people going missing and now we becoming homeless and all that? Do we have a right to exist as being the tribes of Israel in America? Right? Then there's more, Elder. This is good. Hit that like button. Which, if any of you Negroes, Judah, any of the following have positively influenced your opinions about the country of Israel today? They get 1,000 people together and not once to ask them questions on what can the state of Israel or white people do in general to better the black community, to do something positive for the black community in America. You mean to tell me you can get 1,000 to get polled and not once state anything that you would do for us? Everything is about you? Which of the following has positively influenced your opinions about the country of Israel the most? So really, they're using these polls for indoctrination, to teach some of these pollsters what they had to go through. Now listen to this. The historical parallel of overcoming oppression between Jewish people pursuing the promised land and the African Americans pursuing civil rights. Number one have nothing to do with the other. What we have to struggle with through slavery has nothing to do with you pursuing some land in the Middle East when your people had a hand in selling us and dealing with the trade and setting up the stock market and all that sold us, the ports that sold us. Your people were there. So how can I relate one to the other? Ridiculous. And mind you, folks, we're reading a Christian poll. It's not a Jewish poll. Well, now I'm gonna have to question whether or not it's a Christian poll. Why would Christians be concerned with our sentiments towards Israel? 6 out of 10 are concerned about the safety of Christians in the areas. So they go through all this indoctrination of what's going on in the Middle East so that our people can choose Israel over Palestine. That's the whole majority of it was that.
Exactly.
Right? So I'm going to go through all these because it's too many, because obviously they were loading this knowing that eventually more Palestinians would be wiped out by the time of the present. Right? So now the people that took this poll would side with Israel now automatically based on this poll's indoctrination. Right? Now, this is where it gets good, Elder. 19% agree with anti-Semitic statement that Jewish people are blocking black progress in the United States. Well, the only thing I have to look at is what people are pushing anywhere. I'm not saying anything of what it is, but who's pushing trans rights? Who's pushing immigrants? Illegal immigrants, because immigrants are okay because they went through the proper process. They're trying to conflate the two. Who's pushing illegal immigrants and pushing them into our communities to hurt our people? Huh? Who's doing this? And if it's not these people, shouldn't we figure out who are they? Right? So some of our people, Christians, black Christians, right, started saying that, hold up, man, it seemed like, we supported all you do, but it seems like y'all stabbing us in the back is what 19% are saying here. 49% believe Martin Luther King Jr. was a strong supporter of Jewish people. Folks, I'm going to tell you, they can hang up that Martin Luther King connection anymore. We're done with it. Because Martin Luther King would not agree with how the civil rights movement worked out for the people he died for. So it's disrespect to Martin Luther King invoking him and speaking his name in connection with what Jewish people should have. Because I see what Jewish people have compared to what Martin Luther King Jr.'s people have, blacks who are Judah in America. And it pales in comparison. It's not even on the same plane. So don't even invoke Martin Luther King. We're done with that. Don't even use him. It's disrespect. It's an insult to actually use this man's death to support something our people don't agree with. It's an insult. And we don't want to hear about you invoking Martin Luther King for trans rights, for LGBTQ, none of that. It's an insult to the man's life and what he died for. Kick rocks with that. So this is what you locked arm with Martin Luther King for? So that you'll get support to do whatever you would need while his people suffer? So you can kick rocks with that. So Elder Lawya, now we getting into the good part of this. Right? Because these are the questions they really wanted these black people in America, over 1,000 who were polled, to answer. They really wanted to ask these people, you black people, do you believe that you're Israelites? Right? 62% agree that God's promise of the land of Israel to Abraham and his descendants was for all time. Right? So you got black Christians, black people they polled in America who says, yeah, according to the Bible agreement to Abraham, it does belong to a people. Right? Let's get the Palestine stuff out of the way. Right? Let's go down. Who cares? Black Lives Matter is nothing. Black Lives Matter, the whole organization, is garbage. Okay, let me put it that way. Oh, I think we showed up, Elder. On page 43. Folks, this is what they wanted to ask first. This is what they wanted to ask first, Elder Lawya. 62%, they asked, are you familiar with the black Hebrew Israelite teachings? It's got to get hot up in here. Because this is what they wanted to ask the whole time. Because this question has an effect on everything they've asked prior. Because if you know you Israel, you could care less about what's going on over there with the Palestinians and all of that, and you understand what's going on according to prophecy, knowing that eventually a war is going to happen where the whole thing is wiped out, so the real people, according to promise, can go into the land according to prophecy. And you also understand Christ's position in it all. So here, hey, brothers and sisters, come on now and hit that like button now. This is what they really wanted to ask these 1,000 black Judites who were polled in America in 2019. Look at this. So I'm going to break this down because this is where it gets sweet. 4% elders say, I consider myself a black Hebrew Israelite. Right? These are all Judites, folks, black people from chattel slavery in America. 19%. I agree with most of the core ideas taught by Hebrew Israelites. So now we got 23% already. We have 23% of the 1,000 that were polled already. Now listen to the 9%. I disagree with most of the core ideas taught by the Hebrew Israelites. Now, you can disagree, but as far as the pollers are concerned, you're a threat. Because if you disagree, that means you heard of them.
Exactly.
And there's a chance you will be swayed by the 4%. So you got 6%. I am firmly opposed to the teachings of the black Hebrew Israelites. But look at this 62%. At this time, folks, in 2019, 62% weren't familiar with the Israelite teaching in 2019. But this poll in of itself scared them. Because it won't be long with the advent of the internet and how fast the ministry is moving, and with entertainers out there claiming to be Israelites like Kanye West, like Kendrick Lamar, like Fantasia and her husband, like Ice Cube. It won't be too long before this 62% find out about this ministry. And guess what? It's moving faster than any other belief system that they've actually charted. At a time where most people, regardless of race or ethnicity, is leaving the church. So understand this threat they're up against now. So they're looking at this poll and saying, hold up, we're in trouble. Okay, our lackeys we've used to try to control the community no longer has the same effect. We're paying all these apologetics and all these people, and guess what? It's falling flat. Something is going on. And what they counted out is our God. Right? Okay, here it is. 33% say they have Jewish friends. Okay. See, you can have a Jewish friend, but it doesn't mean you believe with his ideals or ideology or doctrine. Right? And guess what? Many can't relate the Jewish people they know here in America to what's going on in the Middle East. They don't connect the two. All right. So let's go all the way down. So, Elder Lawya, as you can see, they went to colleges on this. And then they want to ask which best describes you. Right? They wanted to know how many Christians still attend church? Do you go to church once a month? 3 times a month? Because why? They want to know whether or not the indoctrination of Zionism, whether or not it's taking effect. And if you don't go to church enough, they might be putting money into the wrong places. See how that works? So they'll do the poll and say, if they're not going to church, why am I opening up these nonprofit grants and all of this for these pastors to toe the Zionist line when the people aren't even there? They can say, they'd be like, we can give money to the immigrants and people who's going to come over to destroy and undermine them. We can reallocate if the pastors aren't controlling the slaves. See that? So they wanted to know how much we frequent the church so they'll know where to allocate the finances to keep the Zionist agenda going amongst our community. Huh? So they look at this poll and say, how many times a month you go to church? All up in our business, right? Then they broke it down, Elder Lawya, by denomination. See, because whoever have the greatest influence, well, that's the group they're going to get behind. Anybody else with these low percentages, they will drop like a bad habit. So they'll see the demographic that's still thriving, and they'll focus on those demographics. See that? And therefore, they'll drop the rest like what? A hot potato. Right? Do you consider yourself a born again or evangelical Christian? Well, they ask him because evangelicals are Zionist doctrine churches. Evangelicals is Christian Zionism. They push regularly in their churches the support for the state of Israel. See? Largest ethnic group of church attended by participants. And let me tell you, our people is just something else. With all the hell we've gone through, we're still 71% of all churchgoers in the United States. Even the white man who put up himself to be Christ only goes to church 7% of the time. Without the black church, the Christian church ceased to exist in America, folks. We are the church. Have always been. Right? Now, so they went to high school. Now, they're keeping tabs. Now, Elder Lawya, this is where it gets interesting. 2019, the poll came in where they started to realize that the Israelite Awakening cannot be stopped. And then what happens? And then what happens? 2020, Elder. They must prioritize minorities for the coronavirus shots. Coincidence? They took the polls, realized there's no more influence and support in the Christian church, that blacks know we're Israelites now. And then after this, folks, the whole earth shuts down. And in America, we've seen in America where they claim to prioritize us first. Only a few months later. Check this out. Right? Now, when it says minorities, I have white papers where they were saying blacks and Hispanics. And people would underline pre-existing conditions such as high blood pressure, diabetes. Where now, without saying it, they was outright saying what? Let me show you. Fair use for educational purposes only.
University's highest academic rank, confirmed by the university professor. He's the founding Linda D. and Timothy O'Neill Professor of Global Health Law. Welcome, Larry.
Thanks, Howard. It's really great to be.
And see, they wanted to help us out. They wanted to prioritize minorities for the shots. That means we suggest you get it first above all other groups of people. All right? And I went through the whole thing. No sooner they did this poll, everything shut down, and they gave a list based on concerns what ethnic group or race should be first in line before any other people. Right? Now check this out, Elder Lawya. You think this is a coincidence after the poll? 2022 now, 2 years later, Elder Lawya, churches are closing in predominantly black communities. Look. Listen to this, Elder. I wonder why they're closing now. For decades, churches have been central pillars of community health. In predominantly black communities, compensating for a highly inequitable public health infrastructure. The current C-19 pandemic was highlighted the important role that churches have played as trusted authorities in black and Latino communities in disseminating information and in serving as a point access for testing and for the V rollouts. While positive health, so they shaped this whole rollout where the churches, brothers and sisters, would be the main facilities administering and all of that, starting with their own congregations. Starting with their own congregations. And as a direct result of that, folks, the black churches are done. They were already on life support in 2019 during that poll. Anything left that could resist them are either sick, the people of that 62%, the other percent who started thinking about whether or not Israelites are true, either they're too sick to do anything or they're no longer amongst us. Or they are no longer amongst us. So then what's the next plan then? The replacements. The replacements, folks. We went from the polling. So they understood the Christian church, predominantly the black people who are really the base and foundation of Christianity here, would oppose the war we're witnessing right now. At the same time, staking claim to our true claim as the children of Israel. You know how many, man, even in Houston, how many elderly people I have the utmost respect for, knowing what they went through before civil rights, during redlining and all that, who have come up to me personally and says, young man, the Most High has sent you all because we've been waiting a long time to receive what we're hearing. And I'm talking about people who've grown through generations of the black Christian church, who have walked away from it altogether and saying, you know what? An older lady came up to me and said, I'm glad I lived to see the day and to know that I'm truly a child of God. I know that we're Israelites. One woman came up to me in Houston, Elder, and said, hey, my father told me about this years ago, but I thought nothing of it. Older woman. There's a guy who came up to me, a brother who came up to me, 70-something years old. Said, young man, you changed my life. I don't know where I would be. So it's not that the black man left the church at all. The Christian pagan church could no longer serve what our people have been looking for. And everyone is talking about the internet, the influence, the movement. But folks, most people are ignoring the key component, the key element in it all. The Most High said that he would call us back. He said he would do it. And now we're here. But it's under duress and a threat now. And that's what we're witnessing real time with Carmelo Anthony and all that. They just now using things to try to engage us. Now that we've survived the one attack they did a couple of years ago, when they shut everything down in hopes that we would take our own medicine. What I'm reading right here, what you see right here, folks, this poll right here. And when this poll came out, and guess what? I have to thank the apologetics for this, because they're the ones who had this poll. And I said, why are they so concerned about us? And I downloaded I'm like, why are they all up in our mix? And when they started asking about Israelites in this poll, I'm like, well, okay. The truth about our people can no longer be ignored. The truth can no longer be ignored. Right here. When I seen this, when they started asking, well, what you think about Hebrew Israelites? Are you familiar with it? I'm like, there it is right there. And folks, right after this poll came out in 2019, right after it happened, we looked up after the winter, after the George Floyd marches and all this other garbage, when Biden came in and they came in with those mail-in ballots. And folks, when they opened up the borders and brought in all these people, there were strangers coming in from other countries with private contracts to go into all these institutions that were serving us and separating us from our families. A foreign invasion utilized under the guise and optics of medicine. So now no one can put what? We can't put a finger on who's actually serving us because everyone was contracted. And a lot of people, they came over here and they were contracted to do exactly what they were doing, so that now the people, their own people now would have access to the inner cities now that they've made room and have moved the only true opposition to their gods out of the way. The tribe of Judah. Well, Elder Lawya, that's what they thought. But we're here. But we are here. Elder Lawya, real quick, and then I'm going to put it out there for people to call in if you would like. I always say that I'm going to only be here for a little bit, but I have to go with the Spirit. If the Spirit saying, listen, let's bring more, I'm not going to hold back strictly for time. Okay? Elder Lawya, let's go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick, what I said hold earlier.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to tell y'all, they're trying to trigger our people emotionally into the streets and into rallying against these racial instances that they are dropping at key points during the year. And I can't say it enough. I am so proud of our people who are stoic, okay? And I'm gonna tell you, we don't care about it. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, the word for it is we're indifferent. Every time we go out and burn things up and do something and go out there, all these other people after our people suffer benefits financially. And they got us all out of the way so that they can bring in the replacements, which is a spiritual warfare. They're bringing their gods with us. And eventually these immigrants are going to grow enough courage to think that they can actually treat us like they treated people in other countries they undermined. Because in their mind, and I see when I interact with them, they get surprised because you're not supposed to look them in the eye. You're not supposed to, like, in their country, there's a caste system where it's the law to treat black people like second-class citizens. And I'm the type of dude like, listen, dude, get out my way, man. You in my seat. What's they looking at me like my seat? I've been told by a black person to move. Man, that's my seat, dude. Okay? You can slide over there where the nun bread is. Straight up. So what's going on right now is they're putting people in place to do their work, thinking that they're going to treat us like they've treated people in the old country, over there in Africa or whatever the case is. And they don't realize they're running into a buzz saw. Judah is different. And through the Spirit of the Almighty, if we, through the Spirit, can ward off the Edomites, who are the majority in the country, without fear. Don't think you're going to come as a buffer and do what they can't accomplish. We're different. Okay? And life made us so. What we had to survive shaped something. And what it shaped is what? A voice that can stand at the top of the watchtower that will rally all of the tribes into position. So we're not going to move politically no more. We're moving in the spirit. With that voice, bringing the tribes together to fight a spiritual war. And I'm going to tell you, if they thought that they could oppose us physically, they would not have used the jabby jab. Biowarfare is for cowards. See? So the whole deal is, but a lot of them they're going to bring over think they're going to be able to oppose God's people. And yeah, we're Bible people. We're Christ people. We're nonviolent people. But guess what, folks? We believe in defending our person. Okay? Thank you, Will C. I really appreciate you. Thank you. What a generous donation. Thank you. I really appreciate you, my brother. So the whole thing is, that's why, and now they're bringing all these people over. Folks, I looked at some Elder Lawya. I seen a video where this Asian guy was slapping some brother in Africa around while all the other brothers sat there and look at it. You seen that video?
I haven't seen that one in particular, but I've seen others like it.
Let me tell you, Judah wait for moments like that. A matter of fact, they better not even think. Judah don't, let me tell you something about Judah. He can't even believe you're thinking that. Okay. So I'm going to tell you, Esau is setting these Babylonians up for some work. Okay? So, I'm going to tell you what the plan is now. The plan now is, once they have them all in place, with the data centers and all of that, is to implement a system where people can be controlled outside of their own minds. And that's going to give them the courage to attempt to come against our people. And don't worry, let me tell you, I've read the prophecy. It's not going to it's not going to turn out like they think. Because just like y'all forced us through slavery to grow a spirit inherently for self-preservation. There's another level to this. And with this level, we'll be forced to kick in to hold to that particular level in the spirit. And you're going to see another type of being that has the moral high ground with the protection of God. Yes, and that spirit will be amongst his people. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know. Slavery and the curses shape something that the world can't contend against, if it's aimed righteously. If it's aimed not out of anything but righteousness, the world can't contend with it. Let's read it real quick, Elder.
Yes, sir. The Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 1.
Wisdom of Solomon, let me grab it. Wisdom of Solomon 2, verse 1. And I'm going to pick up Friday with this whole breakdown that they have talking about us, claiming that we infiltrated the community. Folks, understand this. The Israelite Awakening, understand what it has done. It survived. The belief in Christ is surviving within a wicked country because of the Israelite Awakening. They sought to stomp it all out. It's us that's keeping the spirit alive. The Spirit of Christ. Let's get it, Elder. Chapter and verse.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 1. For the ungodly said reasoning among themselves, but not aright.
But not aright. Come on.
Our life is short and tedious, and in the death of a man there is no remedy. Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave. For we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. For the breath in our nostrils is a smoke, and a little spark in the moving of our heart. Which being extinguished, our body shall be turned into ashes, and our spirit shall vanish as the soft air. And our name shall be forgotten in time, and no man shall have our works in remembrance, and our life shall pass away as the trace of a cloud, and shall be dispersed as a mist that is driven away with the beams of the sun and overcome with the heat thereof. For our time is a very shadow that passeth away, and after our end there is no returning, for it is fast sealed so that no man cometh again. Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present. Let us speedily use the creature as in youth. Let us crown ourselves.
Let's go straight down to the 10th verse. Now Esau is saying, hey, we don't know what the future holds, so we're going to enjoy life as it is. Okay? This is what the wicked says amongst themselves. And hence the reason it tells you why they focus continually on us. And guess what? We're minding our business. You got to be an evil person to sit there and systematically plan someone's death through poison. A people who minding their business and it's just trying to take care of their families. The 10th verse. They said, now we minding our business. They say they're going to do what?
Verse 10. Let us oppress the poor righteous man. Let us not spare the widow, nor reverence the ancient gray hairs of the age.
Let us oppress the poor righteous man. Full circle. A black man don't have the right to defend himself. If it was the other way around, brothers and sisters, this thing would not even made it into court.
Right.
Let us oppress the poor, righteous man, not a thug. Okay? This is not a thug, not a scammer. He's not running around causing any havoc. Educated. He had a blade with him because he used that to get the dirt out of his cleats. And if you ever ran or you've been on mud and all that, you know, any athlete know you always have a little box cutter or something to get stuff out of your cleats. Let us oppress the poor, righteous man. That's what we're witnessing here with this young man. And it's a shame someone had to die. Okay? But they're compounding the death by taking away this brother's life with an unjust ruling. And I pray that the Most High allow an opportunity to free this brother one day. But it's not just about him. It's about us making sure we're fully mindful of the threat we're continually under. That's the reminder or the teaching this young man can do for all of us. They're just waiting for an opportunity to justify our extinction. It's still ethnic cleansing. And Palestine is more barbaric. But if you look at the replacements they're putting in our neighborhoods, hey folks, the population didn't change. The demographic has changed because they've gotten rid of us and have brought in the replacements. Now they're waiting for a physical altercation. They're waiting for us to react emotionally that can trigger a response that would justify them finishing what they couldn't do with the jab. Our solution is to cleave to the Most High, like it says, follow God's law, follow Christ, seek the kingdom and his righteousness, and all things will be added unto us. We are to get our signals on how to operate in this earth, politically and otherwise, from on high, and not be triggered from below. Any other time, Elder, we would be on the streets right now with this ruling, burning things down, breaking things, marching, and our people are what? They're quiet. And I believe the enemy is more afraid of that than anything. The fact that they can no longer control our emotions. Brothers and sisters, hold the line. Hold the line. If they're going to do something against us, they're going to have to show themselves and no longer operate through stealth or deception. And guess what? We love it that way, because once we see the enemy who affronted us, folks, immediately we rally together. Immediately we rally. And guess what, folks? I want to thank you, brothers and sisters out there, because the Most High is signaling that the weapons of our warfare aren't carnal. We understand who the enemy is. We understand their tactics now. Now we are to be patient and not react emotionally. Be patient. Okay? But again, that's a solution. Do not react. Don't deal with any carnal. Follow the Most High. Come to his commandments and deal and operate with those in like mind. Okay? Nonviolent, not hating anyone. Okay? Not even about hating. Be wise as serpents, harmless as a dove. Wise. You walk with your head up high. Okay? Don't be going to the job. Oh, man, what's going on? This is wrong. Racism. They love to know. They love to know that they can move you emotionally through media.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They'll get around the coffee or the lunchroom and they'll ask you, hey man, what you think about that Carmelo Anthony thing? I mean, you can't run around stabbing people, can you? Right? They're gonna start to trigger you and see and be like, listen, hey, I don't really want to speak about that at the job. I pray for the families that, on either side. I pray for the family who lost someone on one side, and I pray for the brother and his family who lost his life with so much ahead of him. I pray. You're not racially charged? Yeah. What the world needs now is prayer. Okay, would you like to pray with me? Hey, folks, that'll get up under their skin.
Mm-hmm.
That will get. They're like, man, something is different about these people. Yes, we know who we are now. We know, and guess what, folks? What they're doing against us, folks, was in silence, without any conversation. What they do against us. Do not give them, folks, do not give them that much credit by reacting the way they've engineered us to. We've given so much to them. We're not giving them that power anymore to believe that they can trigger us emotionally. We don't care about illegal immigrants like that when it comes to illegalities. We don't deal like that, okay? We believe in following the law. So don't tell us to support some garbage. We're done with it already. Because we know the people that you're calling immigrants or illegals, we know they're here to replace us. We know that already. I have a graft from the World Organization. I have it. I showed the graft. And displacing other people next to us is part of their plan. Folks, that's how much they fear you staking claim to your true identity. So how much more must you stand on it? And guess what, folks? Still, if they want to replace the jobs and all this other stuff, folks, don't fear. Stand with the Most High. What we've already gone through, folks, let me tell you, it's going to get hard, but guess what? Judah adapt. We adapt. Every time we adapt. The children of Israel is resourceful in of itself. And I believe everything that's going on, the Most High is forcing us to come together. It's in the hands of the Almighty. All the nations surround round about us, conspiring to destroy us. David even wrote about it. How they sit and conspire and wait, hoping for a downfall. Folks, brothers and sisters, don't give it to them. Don't give it to them. We are the children of God. Do not fall victim to their political games. Stand pat. Don't even talk about it with them. There's people in your family you can talk to about. Listen, stay silent. And let's operate together, kingdom ready, as the children of God. And yes, we are the children of Israel. Make no bones about it. The next thing I would like to say before opening it up real quick, if y'all would like to say something, I'm going to give y'all the opportunity. Have 10 minutes. We will be in North Carolina the 19th and 20th for baptisms as well as a class, a big class. And let me tell y'all, folks, so hundreds and hundreds of people in the baptism class. And we're going to all come together at all white. There are going to be lines as far as the eye can see as we place God's people in the same waters the slave ships came to, bringing the children of Judah. The same ports. We're going to be putting people in the same water. That's true freedom. That's true freedom. Showing forth to the world that, guess what? The curse has been broken. Christ has truly freed his people. The same people in chattel slavery who found out they were Israelites on this side of the world. That's right. The slaves' children can now take on the name which was lost. And that name is the children of Israel. All right. Real quick, I'm going to open it up for Zoom. Elder Lawya, if you can, do you have the chat up, Elder Lawya?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to give you the Zoom link real quick. Can you just send the Zoom link to them? I mean, just put it in the chat.
Yes, sir, will do.
For those who would like to come in.
Yep, will do.
And if there's anything you would like to say before I open it up for the people real quick, only gonna be 10 minutes.
No, sir. No, sir. We can get straight to the calls.
All right, thank you, sir. And I'll pick it up Friday. All right, Lawman, here you go. They go to Zoom link. All right. Someone asked a question. Elder, on the lesson as we speak, do you think you can get me and my family member to the baptism in Virginia and Caroline on the line? I missed your call last week. This is Deborah. Please call me. I'll call you tomorrow, Deborah. I did try to call you. Okay. I'll text before I call. And we'll try to help you the best we can get there if you need it, okay? I can't say anything right now because I'm on this particular broadcast, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. Oh, blessings 929. Good afternoon. 336. Could you please send my husband and I the address for the mass baptism? Thank you very much, and have a blessed rest of your day. 336 for the mass baptism. Do me a favor and send an email to gatheringas1, the number 1 at AOL.com, and Bishop Shawan. He's responsible for getting that information to those who would like to attend. Okay? I'm going to let him do it because if I put this stuff online right now, it's going to be mayhem. I mean, who knows? We're going to just out of all over the place, and it's delegated to those who are responsible for it. And it's already to a point of uncontrollable numbers. Gathering as one. You can correct that, Judah 12 Dell. It's gathering as one, the number one, at AOL.com. All right. Gathering as one at AOL.com. And I'm going to tell you, I truly believe that this baptism, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of people. Lord have mercy. Something's going to happen in the spirit after that. Gathering so many people at this time together. Man, I'm just, I'm excited. I'm excited to see where it goes. Gathering as one at AOL.com. You put the, you can throw that in the chat one more time.
All right.
So, hey, I'm going to talk about that. All right. Oh, you didn't receive the email. Don't worry about it. I have the email. I'm going to make sure Shawan gets the information. He didn't get the information yet. Okay. So Shawan is going to reach out to all those who have requested the baptism information. Okay. So you didn't receive the email because we didn't give the details to Shawan yet. All right. Anyone else would like to come in before the broadcast is done? Hold on. Okay, 561. I'll be able to call you tomorrow about the Beltran broadcast. Well, Elder Lawya, I guess no one wanted to come in. You put it in Zoom more than once, right?
Yeah, I put at least 4 or 5 times. Yep.
All right. I guess no one wants to come in. That concludes our time. And so, Elder Lawya, let's stop it here. And we all understand that the awakening has had a direct impact on the earth geopolitically. What we're teaching concerning the gospel is what the Gentiles tried to stomp out after the fall of Jerusalem. They never wanted our people to find the true doctrine that was lost at the fall. It changes everything. It starts with us being Israel. That's one step. But the next step is the true doctrine. And when this gospel is taught throughout the 4 corners of the earth, then the end shall come. Let's go to Hosea. Let's end it here. Elder Lawya, and then I wish you a good night, sir. Thank you for your time this evening and backing me up last week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And congratulations again to Quadam and Sister Deborah. Blessings. May the Most High bless your union. And shalom to all my great brothers, all the brothers and sisters, the family of Houston. I mean, what hospitality. What loving people. Let's go ahead and we'll end the broadcast where it states, yet the number of the children of Israel, 1 in 10.
Yes, sir. The book of Hosea, chapter 1, verse 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living God.
In that land where it was said, Ye are not my people, America, Africa, the West Indies, South America, the diaspora in Asia. In that land where it was said, ye are not my people, there it shall be said, you are the children of Israel. Well, guess what, folks? Today, if you didn't know, that scripture has been fulfilled in your sight. We are the children of Israel, and we are back. Come share and grow with the gathering of Christ Church. I'm Elder Rawchaa, that's Elder Lawya, and we wish you all Godspeed. Shalom.
Shalom.
The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint, together our wives and children that sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here.
Yes, sir.
Together us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, our highest gathering in Israel, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, our highest gathering in Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering is